Live from WOWT, this is a First Alert 6 weather day.
And good afternoon, everyone. Nick Weig here with you as we are coming on the air. We have a severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued for much of the First Alert 6 area until 11 o'clock tonight. And now we have our first warning that has been issued for the area. And this does include portions of the far west areas of the Omaha Metro. This is a severe thunderstorm warning that is now in effect for portions of Douglas and Saunders counties. This is just a short-lived severe thunderstorm warning that will be in effect until 5 o'clock this evening. Now, this severe thunderstorm warning, these storms have been around for quite a while, but they've really been kind of pulsing in nature, not really indicating that they're breaking through the atmospheric cap that's preventing more explosive thunderstorm development, which we do expect to happen later this evening. But let's go ahead and zoom in on this warned area. There you see this does not include the Elkhorn or Gretna areas, but just west of there is where this severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. This does include the Utah area. Let's go ahead and switch over to the hail detection mode here, and we can see a very weak area of hail being detected in this that could be reaching up to pea or marble sized at this time. As we take a look at the velocity scans, we do get some indications of some gusty winds in there. No real signs of any rotation in this storm right now, but could be some very brief and sudden wind gusts approaching 60 miles per hour with this storm, as well as the potential of up to 1-inch diameter hail. But a severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for portions of Douglas and Saunders counties until 5 o'clock this evening. Let's check in with Bo Fogel in the studio for the latest on this warning.
Any size hail and could produce winds gusting up to about 60 miles per hour. So like I said, severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 5 p.m. So if you live in Utah, then you are under the severe thunderstorm warning. Make sure you stay away from windows and make sure you are indoors. But we could see more severe thunderstorms develop over the next couple of hours. You can see a whole line of thunderstorms moving into the metro as we speak. So again, over the next few hours, we definitely could see some severe weather. Damaging winds is the primary threat. Some of these storms could produce 70 up to 90 miles per hour for wind gusts or damage for wind gusts, baseball size hail, and there could be a brief tornado. So of course, the First Alert 6 weather team will continue on tracking this severe weather.
All right, Bo, thank you. Nick Weig back with you here at the Alert Center as we continue our extended coverage here on air online of the severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Douglas and Saunders counties until 5 o'clock this evening. 60 mile per hour winds. As we said, those brief gusty winds are the primary threat right now, as well as some small pea to marble sized hail. As you can see, this is just an isolated warned area. We do have a number of showers and thunderstorms that have been rolling through portions of the Omaha Metro, but thus far they have remained below severe limits across the area. That's the good news right now. But again, a severe thunderstorm warning does remain in effect here for about another 19 to 20 minutes or so for portions of Douglas and Saunders County for this one portion of the storm that does indicate it could have some gusty winds approaching 60 miles per hour in that area. We're also keeping an eye out on our CityCam network as well as some other cameras in the area. We'll give you a look at some of those right now. We'll go ahead and leave the radar up on the screen as well, but want to take a look at some of our cameras here, and it looks like one of them may not be working, so let's see if we can get that fixed here. You can see some of the rainfall on the First National and Blackstone cameras there on the right portion of your screen. We'll get going to also put up 144th and Dodge here for you. There we go. So in the upper right portion of your screen, we're looking at our Blackstone camera here in Omaha, and then also the First National camera where you can see some raindrops. Showers and thunderstorms have been moving through the metro for some time now, but these have largely remained under severe limits because there's still a little bit of capping in the atmosphere preventing these storms from really tapping into the energy that's available up there. But that is expected to change as we move through the evening hours. As we back the radar out here and put it into motion, you can see we do have additional thunderstorms developing southwest of Lincoln that we're monitoring as well. And then on top of all this, way out west, we've had some severe weather in northwest Nebraska. that could be pushing through the rest of the state much later into the evening hours. Now, again, right now, wind appears to be the primary threat with these storms, but we could see some developing hail, especially as more explosive development could take place here as we move into the evening hours. And so that is why this severe thunderstorm watch will remain in effect for the Omaha Metro, as well as much of the First Alert 6 viewing area until 11 o'clock this evening. So again, a severe thunderstorm watch in effect until 11 o'clock, and now we'll go back to our one severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued primarily for the potential of some isolated strong wind gusts. And you can see that storm now east of the Utan area, approaching the area in between Gretna and Elkhorn, right along Highway 275, along that corridor. We'll zoom in a little tighter here so you can kind of see the areas impacted by this. So there you see Skyline now pushing out of the Lake Platte area. You can see South 192nd there, South 180th. So you can kind of see where the storm, which is actually exiting the warned area. We'll have to see if there were any actual reports of strong wind gusts and whether or not the Weather Service will decide to continue this warning. No confirmed wind gusts or large hail have been reported to the National Weather Service. Just checking our latest information from them. Yeah, so the National Weather Service says that they issued this warning for what looked like a downburst signature with pockets of severe wind. So they were basically looking for an area where some sudden strong bursts of wind could reach the surface. And so if we go back to some of the velocity scans here, you can kind of see not showing up as strong as it was earlier, so that may be a sign that the threat has eased off a bit. But we were seeing, if we roll this back a little bit, you can see right there, that is where some of the concern existed, was when they were detecting these brighter greens. And let's see if we can roll that back. And that right there is when they had issued the warning. And you can see this broad area of some strong gusty winds that may have gone through the Lake Platte area, but now in the latest scans, we're not really seeing that on radar right now. So that's a bit of good news. Hopefully it will stay that way, as that portion of the storm has weakened considerably. And in fact, the strongest portion is now well east of the warned area. And at least for right now, not seeing any strong indications of winds that would prompt a severe thunderstorm warning. So hopefully this will be the only warning with this storm that we see. But again, we do expect additional development tonight. We've already had some the strong thunderstorms push through the metro area, not causing any major problems, just more of a nuisance. And so for now, at least, we do still have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 5 o'clock this evening. All right, let's take a look at some of our city cams from a little wider vantage point here. Well, we're going to start with the Blackstone, because that is kind of showing you some of those rain curtains as we're looking to the east. You can see to the south of the downtown and midtown areas where you're seeing those pockets of rain that are falling on the south side of the metro area. And let's take you down south to Epley Airfield here and get another look at some of those sheets of rain falling in and around the midtown and downtown areas right now. Oh, there you see a nice bolt of lightning there on the Epley Tower cam. Actually, this is looking southwest towards downtown Omaha. But you can see there is some lightning embedded in with these storms, even though this portion of this thunderstorm complex is not severe, not considered to be capable of producing severe weather at this time. Waiting for an update from the National Weather Service on that warning, and whether or not they're going to be continuing it after 5 o'clock. The indications on radar is that it has weakened from earlier signatures that were suggesting that there could be a downburst of some strong winds embedded in that system. But again, right now we're not seeing any indication from the Weather Service that what they're going to do with this severe thunderstorm warning once this expires. But it looks like the bulk of that storm, or the strongest portion of that storm, has exited the warned area, and so far The National Weather Service has not issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for any portion of this storm, and part of the reason for that is, well, although it looks rather strong here on radar, and it is a stronger thunderstorm. If we switch over to lightning, you can see an incredible amount of lightning just in the last 15 minutes here, as you saw on our tower cam. I'm going to go ahead and put this up in a bit of a split here. And that may not work, actually. There we go. So I'm going to go ahead and leave that camera up because we have seen some lightning there on the camera. And as we poke the radar back up here, I've switched over to lightning mode. And we want to put a quick scan on this to give you an idea of just what we're seeing inside the storm system right now in the greater metro area. About 140 strikes of lightning here within the last 15 minutes or so. Plenty of lightning and thunder out there. But again, it appears that the severe thunderstorm warning has just been canceled. Severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled. The National Weather Service in Omaha, not a surprise with that because we did see it weaken considerably after issuing that warning. Again, right now it appears these storms are struggling to break through the atmospheric cap, which is not to be unexpected at this time of day. We're at peak heating. This is usually the time of day where there's not only a lot of energy in the atmosphere, but there's also a lot of capping. It's this kind of this warm air inversion that prevents storms from being able to tap into that energy at the upper levels of the atmosphere, and it prevents thunderstorms from really exploding in development, especially vertically. And when that explosive development happens, that's usually where we see rotation and most notably very large hail. Update from the National Weather Service confirming that they have canceled the severe thunderstorm warning. A personal weather station reported a wind gust of 43 miles per hour and no other reports of any strong winds. They expect these storms to continue to push up tall and quick and then quickly collapse with pockets of wind while storms continue to establish themselves. So the storms are not really reaching the heights needed to approach severe limits, but as they kind of reach that boundary, they're quickly collapsing. And as they collapse, that's when you can see a burst of wind known as a downburst or downdraft, or a microburst, I should say, that can produce a very brief, strong wind gust. Now, we're not seeing that right now. That's the good news. And so that is why that severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled. Again, on the right side of your screen, we're showing you a live picture from Epley Airfield looking southwest towards the downtown district. We've seen some bolts of lightning, and we've seen some of those curtains of rain passing through the area. We've had a little bit of rain here in the Blackstone district of Omaha, but no severe weather expected at this time as you're making your way home. If you did have work today, I know a lot of people had the day off for the observed holiday, but the threat of additional weather has already changed a lot of plans in the area for the 4th of July. A lot of events that were scheduled to take place tonight outdoors have been called off or postponed. But the good news is events, depending on how things shake out, we were talking about another round of severe weather tomorrow. But if things shake out the way we expect them to tonight, the severe risk for tomorrow will be extremely reduced and could prevent any major issues with your 4th of July plans tomorrow night. That's the good news. But if you have plans tonight and you're still hoping to do something outdoors, you might want to have a backup plan ready because we do still expect additional showers and thunderstorms to develop as we move through the evening and overnight hours. And that is why we do have that severe thunderstorm watch you see on your screen in effect until 11 o'clock this evening. We are seeing some additional development southwest of Lincoln. Hasn't approached severe limits, may not approach severe limits, but within the next few hours we do expect additional development, and eventually these storms will break through that atmospheric cap, and we will see much stronger development that could produce not only strong wind gusts, but potentially some rather large hail, upwards of 2 inches in diameter, about the size of eggs, is what the National Weather Service is telling us to keep an eye out for tonight. Just checking to see if we have an update from... I don't believe we have an update from the Storm Prediction Center at this time. No update from the Storm Prediction Center. They are talking about issuing a new severe thunderstorm watch well to our west for northwest and north central Nebraska, as there's concern that these storms will continue to develop in northwest Nebraska. Those could begin to accelerate and push through portions of central and eastern Nebraska very late tonight. Not sure if they would still be a severe threat. Right now, our main concern is with more development in our area over the next few hours that could lead to more severe weather. So severe thunderstorm watch does continue until 11 o'clock for the counties you see here shaded in yellow. The severe thunderstorm watch for now is in effect until 11 o'clock this evening, as we continue to monitor the potential for additional thunderstorm development. Now, at this time, the one warning we had in effect for Douglas and Saunders County was short-lived and was even canceled early because that storm has weakened, and the storms we continue to monitor out there right now continue to weaken and have not produced any severe weather. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and take a break, but we're going to leave the radar up for you, as well as some of our city cams, so you can get an idea of what's happening across the metro area right now. And we will take a break, and when we have new information to pass along to you, we will be back with you in just a moment.
Live from WOWT, this is a First Alert 6 weather day.
And good afternoon again. Nick Weig here with you as we are just approaching a 5:15 in your late afternoon, early evening. And we're coming on as a bit of a stronger thunderstorm now pushing through the metro area right now. Let's go ahead and take you out live to First Alert radar. And you can see that stronger portion of the cell passing just through the downtown area here, about to cross the river over towards Council Bluffs. We did show you some of the pictures we were seeing outside our studios here at Blackstone Plaza earlier of some of the heavy rain and some gusty wind. Certainly nothing severe, but certainly maybe impacting anybody who may be traveling at this hour through the downtown Omaha area. I did also want to pass along to you that we did get an update from the National Weather Service just a short time ago that they were receiving reports of heavy rain and minor street flooding on the southwest side of the metro. Radar was detecting rain upwards of 1 to 1.5 inches that had already fallen. They said that certainly falls in line with some minor street flooding and ponding on area roads. So if you're out traveling in the metro area right now, especially the southwest side of the metro, just be advised you may run into some water on area roadways. So please make sure you take it easy out there and also give yourself plenty of distance between yourself and any other vehicles so far as it comes to braking. On the right side of your screen, we have our live picture up from our CityCam network at here at Blackstone Plaza, then also out at Epley Airfield looking southwest towards downtown. And you can see it's a little hard to make out the downtown right now. If we take that full, you can kind of see just making out some of the larger buildings now as a pretty decent curtain of rain is passing through the area right now. But again, none of this is severe right now. That's the good news. But the Weather Service is monitoring additional development. We do expect to take place tonight. But also in the immediate, they're also keeping an eye out. If we go a little out west here, we've had a new thunderstorm develop. Let's go ahead and zoom out here over by the Wahoo area. That's caught the eye of the Weather Service as well. So I want to take a look at this one real quick. Not really seeing anything of immediate concern. Maybe some small hail. Right now, radar detecting hailstones aloft of about, that would be about penny-sized hail, I believe. So nothing that should cause any damage. That's the good news. But again, we're getting these storms popping up sort of all over the place right now. And we're also, go ahead and put this in motion here as we've backed out. We're seeing a little bit better organization in terms of a line potentially developing southwest of the metro, southwest of Lincoln. But again, these storms have not really been able to develop any of that explosive development that would lead to more significant severe weather, but that is expected to change the further we move into the evening hours. And so as a result, we do have that severe thunderstorm watch, which remains in effect until 11 o'clock this evening for the counties you see here shaded in yellow, both for the potential of some severe weather with the storms you see out there right now, but then also additional thunderstorms expected to develop later this evening. All right, let's go ahead and zoom back in here on the Douglas County area. There you see that cell over by Wahoo. Not really that potent on radar, but the Weather Service is concerned with these storms that develop quickly and then collapse quickly. And as they collapse, they can cause a downdraft or a microburst that could produce winds upwards of 60 miles per hour. But right now, fortunately, not seeing anything like that in the area. Let's go ahead and take you back out full now to the Epley Airfield looking southwest towards the downtown area. And you can see downtown really shielded by that those rain curtains. You can see on the right side of your screen where the rain is let up. You can see it begin that the visibility is clearing out there on the right side of your screen as the storm's moving right to left, west to east. On this camera, but you can see very hard to make much of anything out in the downtown area right now as some heavier rainfall is falling over this area right now. All right, let's go back now live to First Alert Radar, and there is the latest scan you see there of some strong thunderstorms pushing through the metro area, both near downtown, crossing into the Council Bluffs area, back towards the Elkhorn Boys Town area, and then east of Wahoo right now. These kind of clusters of storms along this line, not really approaching severe limits at all outside of a of a brief pop-up here and there that may have produced some stronger wind gusts, but no damage and no confirmed 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts have been reported. And so that is good news. We would like that news to continue for the rest of the night, but of course that's not a guarantee, as we do expect additional thunderstorms to develop. Let's go ahead and zoom back out here, and you can see some more thunderstorms developing southwest of Lincoln right now. Those are not severe, and have also, like the storms here in the metro area, really struggled to maintain their intensity as we've moved through the late afternoon hours. But again, the Weather Service says don't expect that to continue, as additional storms are expected to develop and could produce severe weather. For anybody who may be joining us well west of the First Alert 6 viewing area, just hearing from the Storm Prediction Center that there is going to likely be a new watch issued for a good portion of Nebraska, central and northern Nebraska here shortly, as some severe thunderstorms have been kind of plaguing northwest Nebraska this afternoon. Those are expected to begin to accelerate here and could produce additional severe weather. How far east that stuff gets tonight, producing severe weather, it's hard to say. By the time any of that were to reach our viewing area, it's quite possible that the atmosphere will stabilize a bit, and although it may bring another round of showers and thunderstorms as we move through the overnight hours, hopefully that round will not be severe. But again, our concern right now is with storms that haven't developed yet over the next few hours that could produce severe weather here in the First Alert 6 viewing area, including the Omaha metro area. Looks like also, just confirming this. Yeah, so if you're joining us southwest of the Lincoln area where those storms have been developing, you'll notice several counties here have been added to this severe thunderstorm watch just a short time ago. The Storm Prediction Center deciding to expand this 11 o'clock severe thunderstorm watch further to the west and south, where these thunderstorms have been trying to get their act together and still could, or additional storms may do that. So the severe thunderstorm watch, already in effect for the Omaha metro area, has been extended to the south and west, and that will also be in effect until 11 o'clock this evening. So again, we continue to monitor this new development. We're also keeping an eye out on some of the chatter going on with the National Weather Service offices as well as the Storm Prediction Center. I want to go back to live First Alert radar because there is some concern being raised with, I'm going to have to switch radar sites to get a better look at this, but there's some concern being raised that some of these storms, although not very potent on radar quite yet, are getting a little bit more organized. As there's growing signs both on radar and satellite that these may be doing a better job of tapping into the available energy in the atmosphere right now, down by the Nelson, Superior, Geneva, Hebron areas. This is the area right now that some of the forecasters are concerned we could see additional development. And so they're going to be watching these closely. Just to give you an idea of the motion of these storms as they've been developing, they've been kind of streaking to the northeast, with the entire line as a whole kind of drifting to the east as well. If these storms do become more explosive, we would expect to see a greater risk of large hail, ultimately maybe some strong winds this evening as well. I see someone on one of our Facebook pages asking about Shenandoah, Iowa. Basically, it's kind of anybody's guess right now the time frame on this. We do have a severe thunderstorm watch in effect until 11 o'clock this evening, and really it just comes down to when severe thunderstorms really get their act together and where that line develops. That will determine the timing. Because it could develop right on top of any given area in the thunderstorm watch, or it may develop west of you, and it may eventually make its way to your area later this evening. So it's really hard to say. The threat exists between now and 11 o'clock, and it's really hard to pinpoint down any timing when we're talking about thunderstorms that may not have developed yet. We are keeping a close eye on this activity southwest of our viewing area, where there's indications that they may be getting a little bit better organized, if not even though they don't look like they're getting much stronger right now than the storms we've seen in the metro area over the last hour or so. But again, the Storm Prediction Center keeping a close watch of those, and the National Weather Service offices in Omaha and Hastings as well, for the potential of these perhaps becoming a little bit better organized. But you can see southwest of Lincoln, a cell that really started developing like all the others collapsed just as quickly. And that has been the pattern we've seen all afternoon, but the concern is that pattern will break, and eventually storms will become much stronger and much better organized, capable of producing wind gusts upwards of 60 to 70 miles per hour, and possibly hail as big as 2 inches in diameter, or the size of eggs. So obviously any hail close to that size can certainly do a fair amount of damage to any persons or property left outside. So that's why the severe thunderstorm watch, as we said, remains in effect until 11 o'clock this evening. Right now the time frame is pretty much any time. We have showers and thunderstorms out there right now, but the good news is they are remaining below severe limits. But there is concern that there will be additional thunderstorm development, additional strengthening, and ultimately a more organized severe thunderstorm threat the further we get into the early evening hours across the First Alert 6 viewing area. The good news for people in Norfolk and Tacoma is right now no severe weather expected for your area in the immediate future. I know people in Norfolk took a pretty hard hit on Monday with blowing hail as they got a 1-2 punch of strong winds and large hail. Hopefully they can get a break from that. I want to go ahead and zoom back out, because we do have that new severe thunderstorm watch we were telling you that was going to be issued has now been issued, and you can see it gets pretty close to the watch. I imagine that ultimately this may just get filled in, but if the threat continues. But we do have that new severe thunderstorm watch for central and western Nebraska now in effect until midnight. This just issued moments ago. And this is in relation to additional thunderstorms firing off in western Nebraska that are expected to make their way to the east-southeast over the evening and overnight hours. The hope is once they reach our area, at that point things will have stabilized enough that they won't pose a severe threat, but could pose a shower and thunderstorm activity for your early morning hours tomorrow. The good news is once that clears out, things should really stabilize around here, and the concerns for severe weather tomorrow night during fireworks displays has decreased significantly. We can't rule out an isolated shower or thunderstorm tomorrow night, but right now the severe threat has really eased off. In fact, we've gone ahead and canceled the First Alert Weather Day for our area tomorrow night. But we are on a First Alert Weather Day right now, as the severe thunderstorm watch has been issued and remains in effect until 11 o'clock. All right, let's go ahead and take another look at the metro area right now, as showers and thunderstorms are exiting the metro on the east side, and more showers and thunderstorms, but not severe thunderstorms, are still kind of rolling through portions of the northwest side of the metro now. And right now staying well below severe limits, and we don't expect that to change in the immediate future. But of course, all of these storms bear watching. It's just that right now they're just not really tapping into the available energy in the atmosphere, and it's going to take a bit of a change for that to alter course. But the Weather Service does still believe that that's a distinct possibility the further we move into your Friday evening. All right, let's zoom back out now and take a look at the storms to our south and west. There you see the cell that's cropped up east of Seward. That is making its way now to the east-northeast as well. We're also watching additional development southwest of Lincoln. This is where the National Weather Service is seeing some indications that there could be some better organization with these storms, and so that may be where we see a new round of a severe weather threat entering our viewing area here over the next couple of hours. In fact, I want to go ahead and this is probably the strongest cell in the area right now, right along Highway 81. There you see stretching south and west of Belle Prairie right now, south of Hamilton. And just seeing if we're getting any stronger indications. Yeah, this one is packing a decent-sized hail core in it right now. Detecting hailstones aloft of 1 inch in diameter. That doesn't mean they're reaching the surface, but this is one of the stronger hail cores we've seen so far this afternoon with this new storm. So let's go. I'm going to switch back to preset mode, and we'll put this into motion. You can see how quickly this is developed, as there's a lot of boundaries out there left over from this morning's showers and thunderstorms. A lot of boundaries out there interacting with one another and occasionally touching off these thunderstorms. So I would not be surprised if the Weather Service decides to issue a warning for this particular storm system, as it certainly looks more organized on radar right now, and is beginning to show indications that it could produce some large hail capable of causing damage to anything left outside. No real wind concerns being detected in it right now, but again, that hail core is the biggest question mark right now. So we'll keep an eye on that, as I would not be surprised to see a warning crop up on that storm here shortly. The latest analysis from the National Weather Service indicates there are still signs that the atmosphere remains largely capped here in eastern Nebraska as well as the metro area, and that's why these storms really have not been able to really grow much more intense than they have, and have not produced any severe weather as a result. Now that can change as we move into the evening hours, but right now the more favorable area for severe thunderstorm development is to the west of our area, and we'll have to see if things are able to break through. But once they do, then the activity would ramp up rather quickly, and that is why we're closely watching this cell along Highway 81 south of Geneva, which is beginning to show signs that it could be capable of producing some large hail. While we're monitoring that storm, let me just check here real quick, see if there are any DOT cameras in that area. When we're out in these more rural parts of Nebraska, obviously the camera network much smaller. But we will see what we can find out that way. And no, unfortunately, the only camera in that area is south of that particular thunderstorm. We do have a camera west of that thunderstorm, but it is quite a distance away. I believe that is east of the we have a camera east of Tobias, which is a significant distance away from this thunderstorm, but we'll take a look at it. Usually these rural cameras are more focused on the road, not really giving us a good look at the sky there, but sometimes we get lucky, and as these storms do approach, actually, yeah, I think we are going to get a little lucky. So we're going to take you, this is a camera west of Wilbur. And it's going to take me just a moment to get this set up. All right, we're going to put this camera up, and this is Highway 15 west of Wilbur, and obviously this is too far away to see any activity within the storm, but if you look at the upper portion of your screen, we can see some of the cloud tops of those storms to the west, this potent storm west of Wilbur and Tobias that's really begun developing a little bit more strongly here, and may be capable of producing some large hail along the Highway 81 corridor. So just going to continue to keep an eye out for this as we continue to push through into your early evening hours across the area. But this is probably the most potent storm system that we see right now. And we're going to switch this. We're going to put this up with our put this up with live first alert radar just to keep a bit closer eye on it. There you see those cloud tops, and we're going to have to zoom in here a little bit and give you an idea. So we are quite a distance away. We are right around here. If you see that circle, that is where the camera is located, looking to the west-southwest towards this storm, and you can see those cloud tops bubbling up and getting some stronger indications that there could be the potential of some large hail in this storm system. So would not be surprised if a warning ultimately was issued for this particular storm. So again, just keeping an eye on this one, as we're also monitoring showers and thunderstorms in the metro area, but those are remaining below severe limits right now. But we do expect continued threat of strong to severe thunderstorms throughout the area tonight, including the metro area. So if you do have holiday plans or any other outdoor plans, it would be a good idea to keep a backup plan in your back pocket, because certainly there could be some weather that impacts any of those events this evening for your holiday weekend. Okay, we're going to go ahead and take a closer look at the hail detector on this cell. And still getting indications of a decent-sized hail core here, which appears to still be strengthening. So it will be up to the National Weather Service to decide whether or not they want to choose to issue a warning for this particular storm. They have not done so yet, likely because there's concern that these storms are just not maintaining their intensity for very long before collapsing. Just checking some new information coming in from the Weather Service. Still keeping an eye out for additional development in this area, just southwest of our viewing area. Let's go ahead, I'm going to go ahead and zoom out a little bit here so you can see how this is shaked out, or been shaking out. You can kind of make out in all of that cluster of green and blues west of the storms. That's not actually rain. That's just the air mass, and you can see those darker green lines kind of traversing through that area. And if you watch closely on the loop here, you're going to see one of those lines right here, and that seems to be touching off some of these thunderstorms south of York and Seward. But again, these are remaining below severe limits because conditions just are not favorable right now. There's a lot of potential energy in the atmosphere, but the conditions and the capping is preventing these storms from really tapping into that and becoming more explosive than they are. So that is a big reason why we're not seeing a lot of severe thunderstorm development, at least not yet. We will have to wait and see if that changes. But we do have a boundary draped across the area that could lead to additional development, because the development we've been seeing so far, if we go ahead and zoom out here, has been pretty much right along that boundary, which stretches, I'm going to try and draw it for you here, which stretches back into Kansas, up to Nebraska, Lincoln, and then kind of up into the Wahoo area before skirting over into northwest Iowa. This is where we've seen a lot of these thunderstorms being touched off this afternoon, but just unable to really tap into the available energy and remaining below severe limits. The one potential exception to that is this cell that we're keeping an eye on, and I'm curious if it's now beginning to collapse like all the rest. It still seems pretty good as it's approached the Highway 81 corridor there. And if we have an updated hail scan on that, it looks like the hail detection has dropped a little bit, just a little bit, but there could be some large hail approaching the Highway 81 corridor as the storm continues to push off to the northeast. Right now, the National Weather Service has not issued a severe thunderstorm warning for this, but obviously they are closely monitoring the storm. There's just a lot of concern that these storms right now are not able to reach severe limits Even though they are producing plenty of rain, plenty of lightning. We've heard the potential of 1 to 1.5 inches fell quickly over the southwest part of the Omaha metro, producing some minor street flooding there. And now we're monitoring these storms southwest of Lincoln that seem to be a little bit better organized, but are just staying below severe limits. I want to take you back out live to the DOT camera here that we've had on the side of your screen. You can see the towers going up with that thunderstorm. This is Highway 15 west of Wilbur, a good distance east of that stronger thunderstorm. But just to give you an idea of the development out there, even though they have not been able to really punch through and tap into that energy in the atmosphere, still could be some small hail. And this is the one particular cell that we've been keeping an eye out for, because it seems that it has at least indicated it's capable of producing large hail. But so far, the National Weather Service offices have opted against issuing a warning. And to be honest, it makes sense, because these storms really have not been able to maintain their intensity after their initial development. If we zoom back in here on the metro area, you can see still some showers and thunderstorms. Don't look as potent as they did earlier this afternoon, as conditions are just not really coming together, at least not yet. The potential does still remain. That's why we do still have the severe thunderstorm watch in effect until 11 o'clock this evening, and that will continue. Right now there are no plans to change that, but severe thunderstorm watch does remain in effect until 11 o'clock this evening. And if you know anybody out west, that other severe thunderstorm watch you see there, that is right now in effect until midnight. So plenty of additional showers and thunderstorms expected to develop here tonight, and we will certainly be keeping an eye on all of that here for you. Brian over on Facebook says, rain and trainer, first round of Iowa high school baseball has been in rain delays since 4:30. Yeah, obviously any outdoor plans where these storms pop up are going to run into problems, as they may not be severe, but thunderstorms are still a problem for any outdoor plans that you may have. Heath over on Facebook asking about Northeast Nebraska not under a watch. Yeah, that's right. No watch for Northeast Nebraska. We're hoping that that portion of Nebraska, if you see any showers and thunderstorms, may be much later tonight or early tomorrow morning, and at that point conditions will hopefully have made it less possible for any strong to severe thunderstorms to develop. So for right now, no immediate concerns for any severe weather up in the Norfolk or Sioux City areas. Sean over on YouTube asking about the Storm Chasers game, still a go for 7 o'clock. Good idea or not? Well, baseball is baseball, and if the current conditions warrant, they will play. We do still have some showers and thunderstorms in the area, but they're really not maintaining their intensity, and if there's no rain over the ball field, no lightning in the immediate area, I imagine they're going to try and get a game in, and it's possible they could. Really, timing is going to depend on development, and we really can't talk about timing at all until the thunderstorms themselves actually develop and we know where they're developing and where they're moving to. And so right now the best advice is the potential still exists for strong to severe thunderstorms anytime between now and 11 o'clock this evening. But right now, the thunderstorms that are in the area right now are not approaching severe limits, and we are just kind of in a wait-and-see mode right now to determine when or if that will happen. But for right now, just scanning through our National Weather Service offices here. Did have a report of pea-sized hail out in western Douglas County, but again, not severe. Thunderstorms can produce pea-sized hail. That is not severe. That should not produce any damage. But again, it's a reminder that although not severe, if you're in the middle of some outdoor plans, especially if you're out on a boat and there is thunderstorms in the area, it would probably be a good idea to maybe head back to shore, head to shelter. Because right now, so if we zoom in over here west of Elkhorn, and we're talking about the the Lake Platte area west of the metro. Not a great time to be out on a boat right now. There's no showers and thunderstorms over that area, but if we switch over to lightning, there's plenty of lightning in the area, and you do not, repeat, you do not need to be under a thunderstorm to deal with lightning. Lightning can travel dozens of miles away from a thunderstorm, and you can see some of these bolts hitting on the southern edge, so a little closer to the lake area than you may think. And that is an ongoing concern tonight as these thunderstorms continue to develop across the area. So they may, even if they're not severe, they can be dangerous to outdoor plants. So it's anytime you have thunderstorms, it's a good idea to move any plants indoors or to simply seek shelter until the storm passes. And these storms will pass, that's the good news, but the uncertainty still lies in what comes next and where new thunderstorms may develop over the next 6 hours or so. Again, just a handful of hail reports, severe hail reports so far up in northwest Nebraska. Here in eastern Nebraska, just a couple of small hail reports, not really causing any damage. But something that we continue to keep an eye on right now as these showers and thunderstorms continue to persist across the area. Tanner over on YouTube, will there be a tornado in Omaha, or will there be a watch for a tornado at all? No, there will not be. I don't believe there'll be a tornado watch. Severe thunderstorm watch means the primary threats are strong damaging winds or large hail. It does maintain that there is an isolated risk for tornadoes. We could see an isolated tornado with any storms that develop rather explosively and quickly, but that is not the primary threat tonight. And the later we go into the evening hours, the lesser that already low risk for tornadoes is expected. So no, we will not see a tornado watch, and there likely will not be any concern for tornadoes. The bigger concern tonight, the primary threat for tonight is going to be strong damaging winds, and also the concern for a large hail if these storms begin to become more organized. But right now they are just not able to do that as the atmosphere is extremely primed with energy, but capping is just preventing it from really getting anything going. Outside of some small hail that we continue to get reports of with some of these thunderstorms west of the metro area right now. Storms, Weather Service says the storms in south central Nebraska continue to be pulsy, and that is correct. They develop rather quickly, and then they kind of fall apart rather quickly. And that is similar to what we saw on Wednesday night, where we expected to see some severe thunderstorms, and a watch was issued, and ultimately that watch was canceled about 3 hours early because, frankly, it didn't happen. Now, that being said, we do still have a long way to go tonight, and we could still see additional development. So by no means are we out of the woods yet, but so far, we have not seen thunderstorms really ramp up in intensity here, but certainly something that could happen as we move deeper into the evening hours, rather. All right, let's go back now to live first alert radar. We'll give you a quick tour of the metro area here, where there are some scattered showers and thunderstorms that continue to push through portions of the metro area, stretching from the downtown district all the way west along Highway 6 towards the Elkhorn area and points northwest upward to the Fremont area. But again, none of these are severe. We are getting several reports of some small hail with some of these thunderstorms, but nothing capable of producing any real damage. As we zoom back out here, we're going to head down to the southwest. Some scattered showers continue to develop, stretching down past Lincoln down to the Highway 81 corridor. This is where we were watching some stronger storms, but those have also begun to weaken as they've pushed to the east-northeast, and now new development down in the Superior area that we'll now be keeping an eye out for the potential of additional development and see if it gets its act together. But again, right now, no indication that these storms are able to grow to and maintain severe criteria. They're just kind of quickly developing and then just as quickly falling apart. And just producing showers and thunderstorms, nothing to be overly concerned about. But the threat does continue for the next several hours as we could see conditions change. And so as a result, that severe thunderstorm watch remains in effect until about 11 o'clock. The National Weather Service in Omaha right now keeping an eye out for a potential downdraft of gusty winds that could be taking place just west of the valley area, I believe. We'll see if we can take a look at that. But again, this is because of the pulsive nature of these storms. This is not because they're particularly strong. And yeah, it's kind of hard to make out here this close to the radar site, but getting some indications of some stronger winds aloft in the storm right along the Highway 64 corridor. And the reason that sometimes raises concern is as these storms do collapse, it brings those strong winds kind of rush down to the ground, and they could produce a brief 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. But right now, that is not expected to happen with this storm. But just something to keep an eye out for. If you do get caught under one of these thunderstorms and it does begin to collapse, that's where you can get some strong gusty winds, perhaps upwards of 40 to 50 miles per hour. But again, these are very short-lived. They don't last very long, and rarely do they produce any kind of damage. I know there's been some comments in the chat about some power outages. We're not aware of any widespread power outages, so if you're experiencing power outages, it's possible that it's just very localized and may have been caused by a lightning strike as opposed to any severe weather such as large hail or strong winds. All right, we're going to zoom back out here now and take a closer look at those storms further to the south and west as they continue to try to get a little bit stronger here, but just not able to do it. As we take a look at, you can see the conflicting air masses here, and right along those intersecting boundaries, that is where showers and thunderstorms continue to touch off, but then they just really struggle to maintain any form of intensity. But it only takes one to change that, and that is what we're keeping an eye out for here over the next several hours. Here's another look at the wider view. You see showers and thunderstorms making their way across eastern and south central Nebraska right now, but again, none severe at this time. And then we have additional severe thunderstorms out in northwest Nebraska that have prompted a new severe thunderstorm watch until midnight. These storms could reach our area in the early morning hours of your Saturday, but right now the concern for any severe weather from those storms is extremely low for our area. Our concern is with any thunderstorms that develop between now and 11 o'clock. The thunderstorm that had been getting awfully close to severe limits that has since fallen apart that we were looking at a little while ago, there was just a report that came into the National Weather Service of some half-inch diameter hail. Again, that's very small hail. That is not going to cause any damage, but some half-inch diameter hail falling along that Highway 81 corridor. And if we roll the radar back, you can see right there, right along Highway 81 south of Geneva, that's likely where that hail fell. But then if we bring it up, you can see just as quickly that storm all but weakened considerably. And that has been the pattern with all of these storms so far. We just frankly don't know if that pattern is going to continue or if we're going to see additional severe thunderstorm development later this evening. And so as a result, the watch stays in effect for now as we are in kind of a waiting pattern to see if conditions will begin to change and become more conducive for severe thunderstorm development. Also hearing from a lot of emergency managers across the state raising concern about a lot of evening events going on tonight, a lot of people out on area waterways as well that obviously if something pops up can't reach shelter very quickly at all, and that will be a concern as we continue to move through the evening hours. So if you are planning on heading outdoors tonight, it may or may not be a washout where you are, but the best advice is to just make sure you have a backup plan in place should the worst happen, and make sure that you're able, wherever you are, to get to shelter quickly. All right, as we await new information from the National Weather Service, we're going to go ahead and take another break here, but we will leave the radar up for you as we continue to monitor thunderstorm development from western Iowa through the metro area, back towards Lincoln, and back towards south central Nebraska. These storms continue to pop up along that corridor, but again, none of them reaching severe limits at this time, but we continue to monitor that threat as a severe thunderstorm watch remains in effect until 11 o'clock. So we'll be back with you here shortly with an update as soon as new information comes in. You're watching extended streaming coverage of a First Alert Weather Day here from First Alert 6 in Omaha. And good evening, Nick Weig here with you again. As you can see on your screen, as we've been showing you here for a little while, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for Fillmore and Thayer counties. This is just southwest of the First Alert 6 viewing area. Severe thunderstorm warning for Fillmore and Thayer County until 6:45 this evening. This is another thunderstorm that has tried to reach severe limits, and this one appears to have done just that. I'm going to go ahead and throw the radar in motion here, and you can see how this storm has, like all the others, quickly developed, and it's just a matter of whether or not it's going to maintain its intensity for any period of time here over the next hour or so. But that severe thunderstorm warning is in effect. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the severe indicators that they're watching here. And we are seeing a somewhat pronounced hail core here on this cell west of Hebron. We do have some traffic cameras in this area, but they're not functioning right now, unfortunately. But we're going to keep working on that to see if we can get those up. Getting reports of radar indication of 1.3-inch diameter hail aloft in the Deschler area near the intersection of Highways 136 and Highway 5. So that is the area right now of main concern for some possibly damaging hail. If we switch over to velocity mode here, we're also getting some indications of some stronger wind gusts inside this storm system. No, let's get that off the screen there. Getting some indications of wind gusts approaching around 40 to 50 miles per hour in the atmosphere, not really approaching severe limits. So right now it appears the primary threat is going to be this hail core being detected by the radar. And this is what we're going to continue to monitor, is a severe thunderstorm warning now in effect until 6:45 for Fillmore and Thayer counties. This does include, as you can see, Deschler, where that hail core is located, Hebron, Belvedere, and elsewhere in the Highway 5, 136, and 81 corridors, as the storm is pushing off to the northeast at about 20 miles per hour. Very slow-moving storm. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-dollar-sized hail, or about 1¼ inch in diameter, are the primary threats. So if we zoom out here a little bit, and we're going to go ahead and throw this in motion again, you can kind of see the overall development here. Things beginning to increase in coverage area, but intensity still remaining a bit of an issue, as just not really able to get any dynamics going for more organized severe weather outbreak here. But the potential does exist. You can see, if we go ahead and freeze the radar here, we have several boundaries just kind of drifting around here. You can see the closer to the radar you are, the easier it is to see some of these boundaries. And another one here. And as these boundaries interact, that is often where we see the thunderstorms sort of fire up. And as we put this in motion, you'll notice there was a boundary moving east to west, and just west of Hebron, that's where it interacted with another boundary and touched off this new line of thunderstorms as this continues to push off to the northeast at a very slow 20 miles per hour at this time. Let's go ahead and back out here and take a wider view. As you can see, that severe thunderstorm warning well to the southwest of Lincoln. But that severe thunderstorm watch continues tonight until 11 o'clock for much of our area, including the metro area, where we've continued to see showers and thunderstorms across the area. And we're going to go ahead and zoom in on this area, as we do have a number of power outages being reported in the greater metro area, about 3,000 at last report without power, likely caused by all of the lightning that we've seen with these storms. These storms have not been severe, but they have been prolific producers of cloud-to-ground lightning, and that has produced about 3,000 power outages in the surrounding area that we can tell you about. We're also monitoring any new communication from the National Weather Service. The National Weather Service is now monitoring a new thunderstorm that's developed in the Fremont area. We'll go ahead and zoom in on that. As they say, this one seems to be developing a little bit more intensely than the others so far. And we can see some pretty good returns here on the radar. They are considering issuing a warning for this, so we'll have to stand by for that. But there you see down in the Mercer area, we're getting a bit of a hail core developing with that that may be of concern. No real indication of any strong winds in these storms again. So it looks like right now the primary concern with these storms in the Fremont and Mercer areas is going to be the potential for some large hail. Let's go ahead and throw this in motion so you can see how these storms have taken shape just within the last 15 minutes. And you can see cell developing to the west of Valley and now kind of coalescing into these two complexes, one over the Fremont area, one back over towards Valley and Arlington and Mercer, that one producing a very sudden hail core. And in a more populated area, that is a little bit more of a concern, because even if these storms collapse like all the others, that hail can come down to the ground and cause some problems in the area. Let's go back out to our CityCam network, and we're going to take you high atop our building here in Blackstone Plaza, and you can see some of those showers and thunderstorms off to the northwest. We've seen, as has been the case with many of these storms this afternoon and evening, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. There you see more on the right side of your screen. So a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning being seen in these storms, and that is likely what has led to the power outages that have been reported in the area. Some 3,000 without power right now as these storms, non-severe thunderstorms, have moved through the area. But again, we are continuing to monitor the potential for severe thunderstorm development. And right now, the National Weather Service in Omaha is especially concerned with a storm that they're monitoring in the Fremont, Mercer, and Arlington areas that is beginning to develop a rather potent hail core. And so that is where they're keeping an eye on that and checking the scans to see if it maintains its intensity before they determine whether or not to issue a severe thunderstorm warning for these storms. Okay, we're going to go ahead and try and move this camera around here a little bit. Well, the camera doesn't want to move for us right now, unfortunately. There we go. Just want to give you a better look at that storm now to the northwest of the metro area here. And you can see that heavy shower curtain there, and we'll likely see some lightning at times on the CityCam here as this storm continues to push off to the northeast at about 20 to 30 miles per hour. Right now, still seeing a broad hail core in the Mercer Highway 36 area right now. That is the direction that we're looking at. And you can see that heavy rain shield there where that storm is located. So we're going to keep an eye on this cell as it's right now looks like it will avoid the metro area, but will pass just northwest of us here in the metro as these storms continue to really flirt with that line of severe weather, but haven't reached that point yet, other than the fact that we have seen some power outages likely caused by some cloud-to-ground lightning in the area. Okay, so we're going to keep that up on the screen right now, but we're going to go ahead and split that with live first alert radar. There you see that hail core just approaching the 1-inch diameter threshold. But right now, no decision yet from the National Weather Service on issuing a warning. Just said that this is one of the more potent storms they've seen in the metro area this afternoon, and so they're going to keep a close eye on this before they determine whether to issue a severe thunderstorm warning for this or not. But certainly a strong thunderstorm between Valley and Arlington right now, pushing off to the northeast at between 20 to 30 miles per hour. But that is the storm here in the metro area we're keeping an eye out on right now that may have the potential of producing at least some small hail there between Valley and Arlington. Again, you're looking at a live picture from Blackstone Plaza, looking to the northwest at this distant thunderstorm. But right now, the National Weather Service has not opted to issue a severe thunderstorm warning for this, as it is right on that threshold for large hail. But that, of course, that detection on radar doesn't mean that there is large hail reaching the ground. Let's take another look at this from Epley Airfield, looking back towards the downtown area. And the storm is going to be just to the east of this or just to the west of this camera. But right now, nothing of concern here in the downtown area of Omaha. As these storms continue to push, this new wave of thunderstorms in the immediate area are pushing to the north of the metro area. Here's another look at Blackstone camera right now at that storm system as it is pushing off to the northeast. Could be some embedded hail in this thunderstorm, but right now we have not received any reports of large hail. And just monitoring our communication with the National Weather Service as they are watching cells kind of pop up all over the place. In fact, let's go ahead and take you back to live first alert radar here and show you what they're keeping an eye out for. They're watching that storm closely, but they're also watching additional development elsewhere. And we'll show you what we mean here. We're seeing some new development well to the south down by Nebraska City. So let's go ahead and zoom in on that here for a moment and put this into motion. And this is another tower of thunderstorms that there you see in just a few minutes has rapidly developed near Syracuse and Weeping Waters. So the Weather Service also keeping a close eye on this one. But so far, the pattern this evening has been the storms develop and then they quickly, or just as quickly, sort of fall apart and fail to reach any sort of severe limits. The one exception to that rule is this severe thunderstorm warning that remains in effect for Fillmore and Thayer counties until 6:45 this evening. And if we zoom out, there you see the severe thunderstorm watch that remains in effect until 11 o'clock this evening. You can see how all of these strong to now severe thunderstorms are kind of uniformly making their way to the east-northeast now as they continue that push. Let's go ahead and check out that severe thunderstorm warning cell in the Fillmore and Thayer County area. And still maintaining a rather potent hail core as it has as it's approaching the Hebron area. 1.6-inch diameter hail detected aloft. That is certainly a concerning sign. We have been trying to get some DOT cameras in that area to work, but they have just been unable to really reach severe limits, or the DOT cameras we've been trying to get a bead on have really been struggling to connect. So we're going to see if they are working any better right now. Meantime, we're going to switch back to precipitation mode here. As you will put this into motion, you can see the evolution of this severe thunderstorm and another cell to the southwest of it. Just an update, we do have a DOT camera in that area, but unfortunately it is not working at this time, so we can't give you any images from the area where this hail core is about to pass over. Let's go back up now live to the metro area here, just northwest of the metro area, I should say, where we've been watching this complex of strong thunderstorms. As has been the case all afternoon and evening, producing some very vivid lightning. Some of those cloud-to-ground lightning strikes have ultimately produced some power outages in the area. Here's a live look at that strong thunderstorm from our vantage here at Blackstone Plaza, looking to the northwest at this cell. We have seen some very intense lightning at times, and some of those lightning strikes reaching a decent distance away from the storm system. But again, keeping a very close eye on this cell. South of the Arlington area, should avoid the Bennington area, which is good news. But just something that we are keeping a close eye on, as the Weather Service has been monitoring a hail core in this, but so far has not decided that they needed to issue a severe thunderstorm warning for this storm system. Okay, let's go back now to our severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for portions of Fillmore and Thayer counties now, as we'll back out the radar here, give you a wider view. And you can see a little bit more storm organization down there, at least maintaining its intensity. If that will continue remains to be seen, of course, but we'll take a closer look at this cell. Still exhibiting signs of producing some large hail and as well as some strong gusty winds. Looks like some broad rotation as well. That could be indicative of some stronger wind gusts in there as well. It looks like we did just get an update. You're probably going to see some updated text there at the bottom of your screen here shortly. Let me see if I can find that. Severe thunderstorm located over Belvedere, 22 miles west of Fairbury, moving to the northeast at 15 miles per hour. Very slow moving. Right now, the primary threat is $half sized hail, as we have seen a pretty potent hail core in this area, but also keeping an eye on that broad rotation you see there on your screen. Certainly getting some indications of maybe some stronger wind gusts, but nothing that appears to be approaching severe limits. Certainly we have to keep an eye out for that very broad, weak rotation we're seeing. But right now, nothing that would indicate, at least immediately, that a tornado is possible. But there you see the winds moving towards the radar, the winds moving away from the radar, the different colors. If those were to get any brighter, and perhaps intermingle a little bit more closer together, we would have some concerns about possibly a developing tornado. But this may just be indicative of the turbulence in the atmosphere, and maybe a sign that this storm system is tapping into that moisture, that energy a little bit more, because that is what's now producing a rather potent hail core very close to the Hebron area and approaching Belvedere. 1.7-inch diameter hail detected on radar aloft. That doesn't mean that's what's hitting the ground, but that is certainly the strongest storm that we've seen so far this afternoon and evening as the storm continues to push off to the northeast. This particular storm is pushing off to the northeast at just 15 miles per hour. Let's go back now to live radar. You can see, we'll put this in motion real quickly. You can see these cells kind of merging and coming together and becoming a little bit more organized. And we'll have to watch that rotation to see if that develops into more of a damaging wind event situation as well. But this certainly is the most organized storm that we've seen yet this evening approaching this area. And I do apologize. I know that there are traffic cameras in that area, but unfortunately they are not functioning at this time. And that is unfortunately not something that we can fix on our end, as the communication with those cameras does often go out, particularly at times of strong thunderstorm activity. And unfortunately that is the case here in south central Nebraska. We're going to keep checking those cameras though and see if we can pick anything up if communication is restored. But right now, if you're watching us in the Hebron and Belvedere and areas, there is a very, very strong hail core in that area that you need to keep an eye out for. There you see the updated severe thunderstorm warning here for the last 12 minutes of that warning. Remains in effect for Thayer County until 6:45. And if conditions do not change, there is a strong likelihood that this could stretch into an additional severe thunderstorm warning extension for areas east of Belvedere, as the storm continues to push very slowly to the northeast at just 15 miles per hour. Right now, the primary concern with this is a very strong hail core that continues to grow. Now over 2 inches in diameter detected. We're approaching the potential of some egg-sized hail falling in this area, especially in the Belvedere and Hebron areas. Boy, I wish these cameras in that area were working right now, because we would love to see what's happening on the ground. But unfortunately, those cameras are not functioning. If you know anybody in this area, though, or you are joining us from this area, you don't have a whole lot of time to get any sensitive items or vehicles to shelter. But there is a very strong likelihood of some large hail falling in this area, as radar is now detecting hail in the atmosphere of over 2 inches in diameter, so larger than the size of an egg. And eventually that hail may need to come to the ground, and hopefully it does not happen over a populated area or a busy roadway, as that could cause some real problems for this area. All right, let's switch back to velocity mode here, and certainly getting some indications of some stronger rotation, maybe some tighter rotation, so that is going to bear some watching here along the 136 and 81 corridors. If we zoom in on that area, that is a little bit concerning between Deschler and Hebron, and again, if we're taking a closer look at this is, you can see the radar sweep is to the west of this area over in Hastings. This is wind traveling towards the radar. This is wind traveling away from the radar. And as you can see, this circulation is getting a little bit tighter in this area, and certainly a concerning sign right now for that area. So we're going to keep a close eye on this. This is just a severe thunderstorm warning. Again, the primary threat is very large hail now possible in this area, as we're getting indications of hail over 2 inches in diameter possibly occurring in and around the area you see here. And that is not a good sign. And now we're seeing a tightening rotation, which may also be responsible for the growing hail size, as those turbulent winds will keep bouncing those hailstones up into the atmosphere and allowing them to grow in size rather than fall to the ground. So obviously a concern for that. And then a secondary concern is if that rotation it continues to become tighter and tighter, we could see the possibility of a tornado develop over this area. So this is the point that, you know, DOT cameras in the area are not functioning, or at least not communicating online. And so this is the point when we really do rely on those eyes and ears on the ground to give us an idea of what is going on, because radar can only tell you part of the story. And so we are going to continue to monitor our communication with the National Weather Service, which will get information from those on the ground. Just to update you on the storm northwest of the metro area that is moving away from the metro area. A short time ago, pea-sized hail was reported southeast of Arlington in that hail core that we were telling you about. And now the National Weather Service in Omaha is saying keep your eyes on that storm near Hebron, which we are doing right now, because this certainly is looking like the most potent storm of the night so far. And could be an indication of some changing dynamics in the atmosphere. So there is the new severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued. This will ultimately replace the warning set to expire here in about 5 minutes. So you're going to see that on the bottom of the screen here shortly. Severe thunderstorm warning. Let's get this information for you. Now in effect, this is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, so a little bit more severe, or a little bit more urgent, because of the threat of large hail. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for northeastern Thayer County until 7 o'clock for a storm located near Hebron, or 20 miles west of Fairbury, moving east now, due east, not northeast, at 20 miles per hour. Golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds are the primary threat. There you see that new considerable severe thunderstorm warning scrolling at the bottom of your screen. Again, considerable severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for portions of Thayer County until 7 o'clock this evening. The primary threat will be the potential of golf ball sized hail, as well as some strong gusty winds upwards of 60 miles per hour. So we're going to keep the focus on this storm right now, as even the National Weather Service is raising some concerns about it, saying this is the best looking storm so far. It was moving northeast, but now appears to be organizing into a supercell and taking a right turn, which would likely bring it more southeastward into Jefferson County. Overall, starting to see an uptick in storm development across a broader area. Yes, we are seeing that. Now that turn right, that is often something we see with supercells, especially when they're rotating. And this one, as you can see, is rotating. Right now, not an immediate concern for a tornado, but we're seeing additional areas of rotation in these newer storms that are forming, and so that's going to be a concern. You see this other one north of Republic, Kansas, also exhibiting signs of rotation, and so beyond the potential of perhaps producing a tornado, this also carries the potential of producing some very strong gusty winds, possibly damaging winds, and then also the potential of kicking those hailstones around and producing much larger hail. And in this case, we are seeing indications of very large hail being built up in this rotating supercell. Let's go back to the hail indicator right now, and you can see on the north edge of that circulation, which is where we would see a hail core or a strong hail core develop, we're seeing more than 2-inch diameter hail being detected by radar, as this is bearing down on the Hebron area, and now seeing another hail core further to the southwest approaching severe limits, and we could see a new warning out of that. So this is what we were concerned about, and for the southeastern part of Nebraska, this is going to be a main concern, as these storms are beginning to what we call turn right, and in this case that means they're switching from moving northeast to east at about 20 miles per hour, and this particular cell is showing some clear indications of developing into a rotating supercell capable of producing some very large hail, and also the potential of at least a rotating wall cloud or some strong gusty winds. As we're seeing that rotation right now, no immediate concerns for a tornado in that area, but could see some strong winds south of the Hebron area. But the main threat right there is that very strong hail core that has been maintaining and intensifying, hovering right around 2 inches in diameter for at least 20 minutes now. And so that is why the National Weather Service has issued a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning, because of the threat of large hail upwards of the size of golf balls in this area. So if you know anybody in the Hebron area, or you happen to be joining us from there, you need to seek shelter. Time is up. You do not have time to get anything to safety now. You just need to get yourself to safety. And hopefully this hail will not be reaching the ground in any considerable size. However, all indications are that is very possible right now. I keep wanting to go back to these velocity scans because these are pretty noticeable in terms of intensity. Getting 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts detected in this storm. Right now, no strong indication of a tightening circulation. But at the very least, that growing circulation may be partially responsible for these hailstones getting much larger, prompting, you see that boulder polygon there, that is the considerable severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued. There you see how it looks on radar. Certainly becoming indicative of a rotating supercell, because if you look at where that rotation was, we're seeing a bit of a notch here that would certainly indicate that rotation may be strengthening and may be producing a wall cloud in that area. And so hopefully there are storm spotters in that area keeping an eye on that portion of the storm. Just checking with the National Weather Service in Hastings, and whoa. I don't know if I can show you this, but we did just receive a report from the National Weather Service of a very menacing looking, what could be a wall cloud, or at the very least a shelf cloud in the area of that circulation we've been telling you about. Certainly this is a rotating supercell from what we're seeing from spotters there on the ground, that there is a rotating updraft in this storm that is likely fueling that hail core, and certainly raising concern that they may need to upgrade this, at least a portion of this warning, to a thunderstorm, or excuse me, to a tornado warning. Now that's not happening yet, but we are seeing indications on radar, and we are getting reports from spotters on the ground of what appears to be a rotating wall cloud. And certainly the radar is giving indications that there is the potential there for a developing wall cloud capable of producing a tornado. Now, severe thunderstorm warnings, especially in this case a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, storms in thunderstorm warnings can and occasionally do produce isolated tornadoes. It does not mean that there is no threat of a tornado, but certainly something that we are going to be keeping a very close eye on. And again, unfortunately, the DOT cameras in that area are not available online right now, which is very unfortunate, because I'm very curious what we'd be seeing from those cameras right now, is that rather intense portion on the south side of this warning. Now, if you're in the northern half of this warning, your main concern is going to be very large hail, upwards of a golf ball sized hail with this storm. If you're on the south side of this warning, there's the added concern of potentially some very strong winds and what appears to be a rotating wall cloud. But the good news is it appears that there are eyes on that wall cloud right now. The hail core you can see has collapsed considerably. But unfortunately, that might also mean that some of that larger hail has fallen to the ground. And then we have another hail core here without a warning right now. But I tell you what, that Highway 8 corridor right along the Nebraska-Kansas line, there is certainly the potential of some very large hail there, even though there's not a warning. I would say people northeast of the Big Bend, Kansas, need to treat that as if there is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect, because that is a very strong hail core that has popped up. But if we go back to velocity mode, really getting some indications of some strengthening rotation as well as some strengthening winds overall. So if we zoom in on this, and we'll show you what we mean, getting some indications of winds traveling away from the radar upwards of 60 miles per hour, winds traveling towards the radar upwards of 75 miles per hour, even 80 miles per hour. But again, that does not necessarily mean those winds are reaching the ground, but they do still have the capacity of producing damage. And this is beginning to get much tighter in terms of the circulation as well. And with the reports we're getting from the ground, I would not be surprised if this portion of this warning is upgraded to a tornado warning. We're getting a classic hook signature here, even without looking at the velocity. We're getting a classic hook signature right here that would suggest some very strong rotation on the south side of this, what I would say is safe enough to call a rotating supercell, as this storm has really gotten its act together compared to the storms that we've seen. We're seeing another strengthening supercell in the Mankato, Kansas area. If we come up closer to the Omaha area, again, our storm's really just unable to really tap into the available energy. But now we're seeing that change to our south and west. The good news for the metro area is that these particular storms that have formed into supercells, they are not not moving towards the metro area. However, we are still on the lookout for additional development tonight, and we will have to see if that will be the case as we continue to push into the evening hours here across Nebraska. But again, right now the main concern is with this supercell in south central Nebraska. And I tell you what, if you're in the Fairbury area, this would be the time to get anything that you need to get indoors, any sensitive items or vehicles that you need to get to shelter. There is a supercell headed towards the Fairbury area that is certainly capable, in my view, of all modes of severe weather. But right now, the primary concern is going to be strong gusty winds and large hail. But again, I would not be surprised if we ultimately see a tornado warning issued with this. The National Weather Service is now speaking to the Storm Prediction Center about either a new watch or well, actually, forget that. They just did that. So there you see, they have, I believe this is just an extension of the existing watch. Yes, it is. So all of southeastern Nebraska now under a severe thunderstorm watch until 11 o'clock this evening, as these storms appear to be developing a little further to the south and east than originally thought. So this Storm Prediction Center has gone ahead and extended the severe thunderstorm watch to include all of southeast Nebraska until 11 o'clock this evening. So let's do a quick reset here at what we're looking at. We still have showers and thunderstorms in and around the metro area. None of them are severe. We don't expect them to be severe. The concern right now is additional thunderstorm development that could still take place between now and 11 o'clock. We've been talking to you now for hours about how these storms have rapidly developed and then rapidly weakened. That has been the case until now. Now we are seeing the exact opposite occur, particularly in south central Nebraska, where we have an active supercell in progress. And on that topic, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued with this complex of storms. The southernmost warning that has just been issued, let me get that info for you. This is just a general severe thunderstorm warning in effect for southern Thayer County. until 7:30, and then northeastern Thayer County is under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. There you see the new warning at the bottom of your screen. Storm is moving to the east at 15 miles per hour with the possibility of 1¼ inch diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. But let me show you what we're a little bit concerned with. Even though there is no tornado warning here, we are seeing some pretty intense rotation on these cells in far southern Nebraska. And, oops, they continue to produce some very potent hail cores here. We've seen the one near Hebron weaken considerably and dip a little bit to the south. But again, that is, boy, that is very concerning. That is some very concerning signatures there on velocity. Because we're seeing, well, one thing to keep in mind, and maybe this is what the Weather Service is holding off a warning on, is we're seeing the strongest winds moving away from the radar site. And based on the location of the winds, that would be indicative of what we call outflow winds, winds being blown away from the storm. Usually stronger inflow winds is what you would see in the case of a developing tornado. But boy, those returns are awfully strong. Let's get that off the screen here, and I want to take a closer look at this. And I always got to remember to take that off the screen. There we go. And so there are winds being detected in this storm. Well over 70 miles per hour. Now that's well up into the several thousand feet up in the atmosphere. That does not mean that that is the wind that is reaching the ground. But if we take a closer look, there you see 62 miles per hour, 63 miles per hour, moving away from the radar, moving to the east. And then here just north of it, we're getting 40, almost 50 mile per hour wind gusts reported moving towards the radar. So again, we've got this somewhat strong wind moving east to west, and then stronger what we'd call outflow winds moving from the west to the east. And in this tight area, that is certainly indicative of a rotating supercell. That does not mean that it's going to produce a tornado, but that is some very strong rotation, at least broad rotation, that obviously they're going to be keeping a close eye on. I'm going to go back and check and see what we have for potential cameras in the area. I do not believe there are any other cameras in that area we can access, but we're going to double check here. There is a camera in the Chester area, which would be unfortunately already southwest of that area of circulation, but it would be in the area of the second storm that's approaching. I don't know if we can make out what direction this camera is pointed while that's loading. So let's take you out live. This is Nebraska Department of Transportation camera along Highway 81 near Chester. And if you look on the right side of your screen, you can see some rather strong winds blowing the crops around there. I believe this camera is looking to the west. I want to say this is looking westbound. But if that is Highway 81, that may be... that could be north or southbound. In fact, that might be northbound. So this may be looking towards the storm, but it is passing to the north of it, and that would still indicate that these are outflow winds blowing the corn around. I'm going to go ahead and put this in a split so we can keep an eye on this. And I apologize, I have to get this all set up so we can keep a close watch on this. Okay, so we're going to put this in the split so we can keep the radar up here for you. Again, this is looking down in Thayer County. We're looking in the Chester area. So we're going to zoom in on this area of circulation. First, I want to double check and make sure our hail cores are still holding at about 1.5 to 1 3/4 inch diameter hail being detected in these storms. And our camera that we've been showing you there in the upper right, you can see some pretty intense lightning on that camera right now. The camera is located right here. So right in between these two hail cores, and I believe this may be looking northward. So it's kind of looking at the backside of what we believe to be the stronger storm right now. There you see that. So it's kind of in a dry slot between these two storms that, boy, I wouldn't be surprised if they came together here pretty soon. And this is a bit of a concern too. We just got a new scan. But could be some indication of debris being picked up by the storm. Now, I'm not sure that is in the area of rotation, but it doesn't necessarily mean that's from a tornado. It could be some very strong wind gusts in that area. Boy, I wish we could turn this camera due east, because that would be looking right into the area of circulation. So if you're in the Hubble area, you see that area of bright pinks and reds. That is the outflow winds from this supercell, capable of producing 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts in the Hubble area very, very shortly. This storm is moving very slowly to the east at 15 to 20 miles per hour. But again, definitely a concerning signature there on radar. Let me check and see if we have any updates from the National Weather Service on this. Weather Service is monitoring this continued rotation, and it looks like emergency management near where the DOT camera on the screen is that we showed you was monitoring this area of rotation. And just looking at their video, it does not appear to be organized into a wall cloud at this time. So there's some good news. There is some pretty strong rotation in this storm, but it does not appear to be near the surface. As local emergency management is on top of this area or underneath this area of circulation, and they are not seeing that strong rotation near the surface. No indication that a tornado could be produced anytime soon. So good news. And good reason why they have not issued a tornado warning, at least as of yet. But this is going to be the concern if you know anybody in and around the Hubble area. And I just want to double check, make sure we don't have any cameras in that area. And I may just have to, well, it looks like we've lost our connection again, so I'm going to have to leave this camera up for a little bit here. But I want to stress something if you're in and around the Hubble area. So we're not getting indication of an imminent tornado threat, even though we've got this strong rotation. Most of the strongest winds right now, are in the outflow, the wind traveling away from the radar, and in this case traveling right at Hubble and Highway 8. And when one side of the rotation is that much stronger than the other, particularly in this case the outflow winds, that's a problem. Because what that indicates is there is a extremely strong gust headed right for Hubble. Now, this isn't producing a tornado, but it's producing something we often talk about with tornadoes, which is called a rear flank downdraft, or RFD. And that is when it becomes basically outflow dominant, and we often see this rapid intensification of winds coming out of the storm. And that is what we're seeing right now, unfortunately, heading right for Hubble. And we're seeing, oh, I did it again. I hate it when it does that. We're seeing 60 to 70 mile per hour winds of outflow. and that is right on the highway, heading right for the Hubble area. I don't know if I can get. You can see here. Actually, let's take that full for just a moment, because we're getting a new area of rotation right around the location of this camera. It's just a weak rotation, but let's take a closer look at that. And you can see the winds picking up rather strong there. You can see the crops there blowing as that new area of rotation is now just north of this camera. I believe we're looking right into that area of rotation. And you can see the winds really picking up there as another strong storm is approaching that area. Let's go ahead and we're going to take the radar full here, because I'm going to try and see if we have any other cameras in that area. I don't believe we do. No, we do not have any other cameras until we get well east of Fairbury, so that is going to remain the best camera we have. So we're going to go ahead and we'll keep an eye on that just in case. Let's go ahead and back out the radar here. We're going to switch back to precip mode, and boy, oh boy, that is if that is not a possible tornado, and I'm not saying it is, this right here is at least an indication that there are some straight line winds at least strong enough that it's kicking up some debris. Unfortunately, that doesn't mean that it's causing any significant damage, but it's at least indicative of the fact that there are some strong winds in and around the Hubble area. I want to go ahead and let's take that camera full again, actually. Again, this is in the this is west of Hubble. I believe this is looking north near Chester along Highway 81. And we're seeing some very intense winds in relation to this storm, where we're seeing another pocket of rotation. And we have now had the upgrade that we've been fearing. Tornado warning now in effect for Thayer County until 7:30 this evening. Tornado warning now in effect. We've been watching this here for some time, this hook and this strong rotation in this storm. This is for a radar-indicated possible developing tornado. So again, a tornado warning now in effect for Thayer County. There you see it now scrolling at the bottom of your screen until 7:30 this evening. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning just outside the Fairbury area that's been issued out ahead of this in preparation for this. But this is a very well-defined supercell now that has taken shape. We were looking at some concerning indications here on radar that there may be some debris being kicked up in the area, not necessarily from a tornado, but just indicative of some of the strong winds that are in that area. But if we go to the velocity mode, oh my goodness, yes, that is some very strong rotation now right over the Hubble area. If you are in the Hubble area or you know anybody in the Hubble area, you need to seek shelter immediately. This is a tornado warning. It is a radar-indicated possible developing tornado, but that is a very, very significant rotation signature now. That is concerning with a capital C. Extremely strong winds being detected in this. And the bigger concern here is what we would call the gate-to-gate, where there is just a pixel in between the different direction of wind. And 64 mile per hour winds. You see it drop off, but this is certainly concerning. We're going to be keeping an eye kind of bouncing in between all of these different scan types, as just about every single one is showing some very tight rotation in that area. Boy, I don't want to zoom in too tight on this, but it's kind of hard not to. I know this is not a very heavily populated area, but there you see Highway 8, there you see the Hubble community, and that is as tight a rotation as you can get now in the Hubble area. So the time's up if you're in that area. You need to seek shelter immediately. This is a tornado warning for a possibly developing tornado. Let's get the rest of the information for you here. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Hubble, moving to the east at 20 miles per hour. Tornado as well as ping pong ball sized hail are possible with this storm. But right now, the main concern is with the Hubble area. The storm is drifting south of east. This is from the National Weather Service. People in Hubble should be taking cover now. As of 1 minute ago, the radar had the circulation 2 miles north of Hubble, basically where you see it right now. So this is in or very, very near Hubble right now. So this is a very serious situation of a possible tornado, a radar indicated developing tornado on top of Hubble. This is right along the Nebraska-Kansas border in Thayer County, but this is some very, very tight circulation. They're also still warning about the potential of 1.5 inch diameter hail. So let's go ahead and zoom out here a little bit and take a look at the bigger picture and switch over to that hail core. And yeah, we've got hail cores all over the place now with these storms right along the border. The two very potent hail cores, and eventually they're going to be moving east towards Fairbury. Jefferson County, the National Weather Service in Omaha, has already preemptively issued this severe thunderstorm warning as this supercell will be moving in shortly. There you see this complex and just how it is just in less than an hour has developed and then coalesced in this potent supercell right over the Hubble area. Certainly getting indications of some inflow winds that may be kicking up some debris or some dust into the atmosphere. Nothing that would indicate that a tornado is on the ground right now, but we keep just focusing in on these velocity scans. You can see how quickly this rotation came together just within the last 45 minutes or so. And just not a good sign in the Hubble area right now, or just north of the Hubble area. Anybody traveling in this area, anybody out and about, maybe trying to enjoy some outdoor activities where it has not been raining yet, this is the time that you need to be seeking shelter immediately. Radar scans show a clear area of rotation either on top of or just a mile or so north of Hubble along Highway 8 east of Highway 81. Reynolds, you are next in line for this area of circulation. That is when the storm will be entering the Omaha National Weather Service coverage area. They've already went ahead and issued a severe thunderstorm warning for this supercell, now pushing into their coverage area. But we will have to see if they decide to do anything else with it. We're also keeping an eye on reports coming in from other National Weather Service offices, the Weather Service office in Hastings. That is a screen grab. Did have indications of tornadic circulation from a live feed. Maybe from a storm chaser that they were keeping an eye on, or a local emergency manager, but they did get a video confirmation of an area of rotation, what looks to be possibly a funnel cloud, what could be a funnel cloud north of Hubble. But still, if you're in the Hubble area again, you need to seek shelter immediately, as this is a tornado warning. We have been watching the rotation here for some time, and now we're getting the Weather Service says, watching the video and the feeds that they have coming in from storm chasers, which we don't have access to, is that there's a strong likelihood that this circulation is on the ground, which would make it a tornado, but the circulation remains broad. So no like a condensed funnel touching the ground, but a large area of circulation kicking up dust and debris, and that is a tornado. It's a weak tornado, but it's a tornado, and tornadoes can dissipate, or they can grow violent in just a matter of seconds. And so all forms of tornadoes, all forms of rotation and circulations need to be taken seriously, because we don't know what they will do from one moment to the next. So a clear sign of a circulation that may actually be a tornado on the ground near Hubble, moving to the east at about 20 miles per hour. So this is a ongoing tornado warning until 7:30 this evening for portions of Thayer County. Jefferson County, you are next in line for this tornadic supercell. Reynolds, you need to be getting in your shelter now. You need to be making preparations to get in your shelter now. There are a number of storm chasers in that area, but unfortunately we can't we don't have access to their live streams, so we can't bring those to you, unfortunately. I do apologize for that, but we are keeping an eye out on some of the storm chasers in that area that are monitoring this area of circulation in and around the Hubble area. Certainly some good circulation on this storm. Does not appear to be any indication that it is on the ground at this time. But what looks like just about 5 minutes ago, there was a circulation that was kicking up dust and debris. And while that may not look like a classic tornado, that would certainly be a tornado on the ground. So we're going to continue to monitor reports from that area where there are a handful of storm chasers on the ground monitoring some rotation in that wall cloud. I don't see any indication that it is on the ground right now, but just minutes ago it was on the ground in and around the Hubble area. And so that is why we are keeping a very, very close eye on this right now. So anybody in and around this area, you need to seek shelter immediately. This is a very dangerous storm. It appears to have produced at least a brief tornado and could do so again. Often is the case with these storms. If they maintain their intensity, we'll see areas of rotation strengthen and then weaken and then kind of cycle back on themselves and re-strengthen. And so that is, there you see a new tornado warning being issued for northern Kansas for the southern portion of this. In fact, I think there's actually, I'm not sure if that is for this particular rotation or if there's another area of rotation they're concerned about. I believe it's for this rotation. So if this continues to rotate and sort of cause the supercell to turn to the right, the good news for us is that would actually start moving it out of southern Nebraska, and that would be good news for us, bad news for Kansas. We did just get an update from the National Weather Service. The thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado remained over Hubble, moving east at 15 miles per hour. Officially, they are still calling this radar-indicated rotation of a possible tornado, but there are some images from storm chasers in the area that a circulation may have touched down, but no indication that there's any tornado on the ground right now. Also in unrelated weather news, whether you're interested or not, obviously it's been talked about a lot this week. It has been confirmed. Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce have married in New York City. That breaking news, just want to pass along to you very briefly because everybody's talking about it. But that's all that I need to say, and we'll get back to the situation here in Nebraska right now. So we're keeping an eye on some storm chasers in this area. We can't show you their video feeds. There's still some very clear rotation in a wall, what appears to be a rotating wall cloud in and around the Hubble area. But right now it does not appear like 10 minutes ago or so when we did see what appeared to be a circulation on the ground. It does not appear to be the case right now that there is a tornado on the ground. That's the good news. The bad news is that can change at any moment. Also, we're keeping an eye on this rather large hail core that's beginning to wrap around the circulation, actually. So if you're north of that rotation, especially eventually here in the Reynolds area, you could avoid the rotation, but you may not avoid the hail. So that is why you are already under a severe thunderstorm warning. But right now we're focusing in on this very serious area of rotation. Let's go back now to velocity scans. There you see that, and you can really see it clear as a bell on radar, as we have for some time now. You can just make out that classic hook echo signature right over Hubble right now. And as we switch over to the velocity scans, well, we'll get to that here in just a moment, but we have a new warning that we need to tell you about. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for Odo County, including the communities of Odo, Palmyra, Syracuse, and others until 8 o'clock this evening. Severe thunderstorm warning now for Odo County, especially in the Palmyra area and points south until 8 o'clock this evening. This was one of those cells in southeast Nebraska that we were keeping an eye on, and now it has gone severe. So you see this rather large area for this warning, even though it looks like it's really only impacting the southern portion. I have a hunch why that might be, and it is because of the motion and then the rapid development of this storm. It's going to be hard to tell exactly what it does next, but if it maintains its intensity, it is going to be a problem. Let's go ahead and take a look at the hail detection, and a very clear indicator of some 1-inch diameter hail possible in this storm between Palmyra and Douglas right now. Just out of curiosity, now that we've seen it in other areas, we're seeing, I would call that some broad rotation. Certainly nothing that would prompt concerns about a tornado, but something that does bear watching as we continue to move through the evening hours. So severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for portions of Odo County until 8 o'clock this evening. That will remain in effect. Let's go ahead and zoom out and take a look at the bigger picture here. And there you see our tornado warned storms down along the Kansas-Missouri border. There you see our severe thunderstorm warned storm in Odo County now for a strengthening storm. These are kind of right along the line that we'll have to keep an eye on for possible additional intensification right here. And this is why we saw the southeastern portion of Nebraska added to the existing severe thunderstorm watch in effect until 11 o'clock this evening. Now, we do still have other storms trying to get going west of Omaha, but right now they're still well below severe limits and still seem to be struggling to really maintain any intensity. And we will have to see if that remains the case for the rest of the evening. But right now, we have two areas of concern, one in Odo County with that new severe thunderstorm warning with the primary threat being large hail, and then our tornado-producing storm right along the Kansas-Nebraska line as it continues to kind of dip to the south. So we may see the circulation exit Nebraska entirely as it continues to begin to push more east-southeasterly away. In fact, it looks like the center of that circulation is now across the border in Kansas. That would be good news, as we are monitoring some storm chasers in that area, and it is very tight, intense rotation that could be capable of producing a tornado at any moment. And it has, although not confirmed, we've seen some strong indications that there was a tornado on the ground, at least some weak circulation that was kicking up some dust and debris in that area that would be indicative of a weak tornado. But a very volatile storm there right on the border, producing a lot of rotation, a lot of hail, a lot of lightning. And so that is why that tornado warning right now is in effect, and right now is set to expire at 7:30 this evening. And we'll have to see what the National Weather Service in Omaha does with Jefferson County, but it is possible they may not extend this tornado warning, as the center of circulation is now beginning to push into Kansas. So a bit of good news for us on that front. And so we'll have to see. They do have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect for portions of Jefferson County southwest of Fairbury. But we'll have to see. And actually, let's check and see if we've got any updates. No other updates from the National Weather Service other than that severe thunderstorm warning that was issued for Odo counties. All right, let's switch back now to live first alert radar. We're going to switch back to preset mode, and we're going to go ahead and zoom out. And we're going to back out here a little bit. And let's go ahead and look at the mosaic view here so you can kind of see what's going on. So we have our severe thunderstorm warnings in southern and southeastern Nebraska. We have showers and thunderstorms west of the metro area that have not really been able to maintain any type of intensity. Out west in the Panhandle, we have additional severe thunderstorms that have triggered a new watch for the North Platte area and points north until midnight. Well, we need to get back to our severe thunderstorm warning for Odo County because that has just been upgraded. This is now a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Odo County until 8 o'clock this evening. Let me get the information on that for you. Severe thunderstorm warning, now a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for the potential of golf ball sized hail. So let's go ahead and switch over to hail mode, and this is why they've upgraded it. Right there, you see that hail core north of Douglas expanding in intensity. And let's see if we can't find a good look at that here. And we do have some cameras in that area just north of the hail core. We're going to see if we can get any of those up and running. We do have a camera in Palmyra, which is north of this hail core, but certainly Bear is keeping an eye on. We'll get that pulled up for you here in just a moment, as that hail core appears to continue to get stronger, actually. Yeah, it is approaching that 2-inch diameter threshold. All right, let's give you a better look at this now. Here is a live look at the intersection of Highway 2 and 43 near Palmyra. This is just north of this severe thunderstorm warned storm. And we'll go ahead and put this in the split so we can keep the radar up for you. There you see that hail core that continues to intensify, now over 2 inches in diameter hail being detected. We're going to switch over to live radar here so you can see it doesn't actually look all that impressive on radar, but it has a enormous hail core in this, basically the entire storm system. We're going to keep that Palmyra camera up for you as they're on the north side of this. Likely looking away from the storm system, but still getting some very intense rain in association with this severe thunderstorm. And let me just go ahead and circle for you because I can't otherwise identify where this camera is. So this is where that camera is located, just west of Palmyra. So that is where this camera is in relation to the storm. And you can see that a lot of lightning, a lot of intense rain. I don't believe there's a lot of wind in this, but certainly a very potent hail core. The storm system, now the storms along the border that have produced a possible tornado have been moving slowly at about 15 to 20 miles per hour, and this is no different. This storm now moving to the east at 20 miles per hour with golf ball sized hail possible, which is what has triggered the considerable severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for Otoe County until 8 o'clock this evening. So we're going to continue to keep a close eye on this. If you happen to be joining us from the Palmyra area and points to the east, first and foremost, you need to seek shelter right now, as there is the potential for some very large hail in your area. That is why you see at the bottom of your screen that considerable severe thunderstorm warning that is now in effect. But also, if you need to seek shelter and you're not, this is a great time to have your phone with you and stay up to the date here on the stream as to what's happening. We can show you our live first alert radar, and as we switch back over to hail mode, we'll show you where that hail core at least a short time ago was. There you see it just south of Palmyra, northwest or southeast rather of the location of the camera you see in the upper right portion of your screen. And last check, this was just continuing to get stronger now. 2.2 inch diameter hail, so bigger than egg-sized hail being detected by radar aloft, and the concern is that will ultimately reach the ground and could unfortunately happen over a populated area. That is the main concern we have right now. We do have another camera in the Syracuse area. We'll go ahead and switch over to that one when the storm continues to track to the east. If you're in the Syracuse area, this is your chance. If you have anything outside that you want to protect from the hail, it's now or never. You're almost out of time. Anybody who may be joining us from the Nebraska-Kansas border in the Thayer County area, we've been monitoring that tornado-warned storm. It appears that area of circulation is passing south of the Nebraska border now, so that tornado warning is going to expire in just a couple of minutes here, and hopefully we will not see a new tornado warning in Nebraska. We would like to avoid that. No reports of any damage. We did see video indicating that the circulation did touch down and produce a brief tornado, but it was over a rural area, and we didn't see anything other than maybe some dust being kicked up by it. So hopefully that will be a confirmation of no damage in the area from that possible tornado. So the National Weather Service says expect this storm to act just like the ones we saw in the Hubble area that produced a brief tornado. They expect this storm to begin turning to the east, producing larger hail, and then may ultimately turn a little to the southeast, which would be bad news for the Syracuse area. So we're keeping a close eye on that hail core. It looks like it's maxing out at about 2 inches. Hopefully it doesn't get any stronger. That was the pattern we saw with the storms further to the south before they began transitioning into more of a wind and rotating supercell. And it remains to be seen if we're going to watch that same situation play out here. We are now beginning to see an area of broad rotation. Nothing of immediate concern that we need to be concerned about, but that does bear watching. Because if this does turn into a rotating supercell and begins to travel more southeast than east, that may not be good news for the Syracuse area. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on this storm now as it is pushing off to the east at 15 to 20 miles per hour. And right now we want to focus in on that strong area of what is now a hail core approaching the Highway 2 corridor east of the camera you see in the upper right portion of your screen. We have not seen any hail on this camera. It looks like this camera is going to be just northwest of where that hail core is passing. But again, this will remain a problem if this continues to trek towards the Syracuse area. All right, we are going to go ahead and take the camera off the screen here. And we're going to see if we can pull up the Syracuse camera, which may not show anything just yet, but might be a good one to keep a very close eye on here for the long term. Okay, we're going to switch over to a camera that is east of this hail core. Unfortunately, it is looking in the wrong direction, so we're not really going to see much of the storm coming into the area, but once it reaches the area, we will likely see something. So here's a live look at the Highway 2 and 50 intersection near Syracuse. But this is looking to the east, so this is looking away from the severe thunderstorm headed that way. Nevertheless, we do expect, we're already seeing some flashes of lightning on this camera, so we do expect to see the rain pick up here rather quickly, and then we will see where it goes from there. But again, this is a live look at the Highway 2 and 50 interchange near Syracuse. Reminder, we do still have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for portions of Jefferson County until 8 o'clock this evening. This is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1¼ inch diameter hail. That is for Jefferson County, southwest of the Fairbury area, until 8 o'clock this evening. Right now we're focused on Odo County, where we have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning now in effect until 8 o'clock for a hail-producing storm here. And we've seen that hail core actually weaken considerably. And now we are growing slightly more concerned, like we saw with the Thayer County storm earlier, that this may be transitioning from a hail threat to a wind and possible brief tornado threat. As on the south side of this, we're now seeing an area of circulation begin to develop. This is just like what happened in the Thayer County storm. And so we're going to have to keep a close eye on that. On the Again, the camera you're looking at on the upper right portion of your screen, unfortunately, is pointed in the wrong direction. This is a DOT camera. We don't have any access to it. They do these little cycles here you're seeing right now where they spin around briefly. So here you see it move to the west. You can see the darkened skies, but it is focused in on the roadway, so we can't really make out what's headed that way. There you see the Syracuse area as it's now looking to the north. And then finally it will look to the south and then unfortunately go back to the wrong direction. But we're going to go ahead and keep that camera on the screen, as that is right in the Syracuse area at the intersection of Highways 2 and 50. We want to keep that there just to keep a close eye on what's going on, even though it is unfortunately, again, looking to the east rather than the west, which is what we would like it to be looking at. But again, unfortunately, we don't have any access to that, the ability to do that. We are still picking up some good lightning, as you're seeing that area of rotation increase and actually dipping south already, as we've seen the hail core weaken quite a bit. But again, Right now, there may have been some large hail southeast of Palmyra. We're not seeing that hail core re-intensify at all. In fact, it's, as you can see, it's weakened quite a bit. And again, we're beginning to see this as it's turning to the right, develop an area of rotation, and we're seeing a classic hook signature on this storm. And once again, as we see that hook take shape, there you see a broad area of rotation, getting stronger, getting tighter, northeast of Douglas, and some indications that it could be developing a rotating wall cloud on the southeast side of it. And there you see the loop. And so that may begin to become the primary threat with this storm system for the next hour or so. Now, if that is the case, this area of rotation will hopefully pass south of the Syracuse area and avoid populated areas, because as this rotation strengthens, we expect it to stop moving east and begin moving more southeasterly, which may push it south of the Syracuse area. But anybody traveling south of there on Highway 50 will need to be advised that they may be running into a potentially rotating supercell in the coming minutes. And just southwest of that, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning with yet another cell that has just popped up and begun to take shape. A severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for portions of Gage, Johnson, Lancaster, and Odo counties until 8:15 this evening. And there you see the developing hail core, not very potent right now, but also getting some signs of circulation again, which could be indicative of some strong wind gusts, possibly the development of a wall cloud, and then also, of course, areas of turbulence can be indicative of rapidly developing hail cores. And so a severe thunderstorm warning based on not just the development of this cell, but the behavior of the cells we've seen over the last hour. A severe thunderstorm warning is now in effect for portions of Gage, Johnson, Lancaster, and Odo counties until 8:15 this evening. This is just a general severe thunderstorm warning. Further to the north, we have our considerable severe thunderstorm warning, which was issued primarily for a hail risk. But as you can see, this is beginning to transition to a rotating supercell, raising some concern. National Weather Service now confirming golf ball-sized hail was reported on the southeast side of Palmyra. Golf ball-sized hail. So that would have been when we saw that strong hail core suddenly collapse. That was those large hailstones falling out and reaching the ground. And now we're keeping an eye not only on the potential of hail, which has, as you see here, weakened considerably. We're now watching this area of rotation taking shape. In the area we would expect to see rotation in a supercell, and that is approaching the Syracuse area. Hopefully it will pass south of Syracuse, but people in along Highway 2, Highway 50 near Syracuse, you need to be aware that there is a rotating supercell headed your way, capable of strong winds and still the potential for some large hail. All right, let's go ahead and put that the Syracuse camera back up here on the screen again. This is looking on the east, looking towards the east, away from the storm. So unfortunately, we don't have any control over that, but we may see as it passes over the camera, we may see some activity there. We have seen plenty of lightning, because if we switch this over to precip mode, and I'm going to go ahead and show you where that this camera is right here. I apologize for my poor circle drawing skills. You can see that that is the area of the where the camera is located, really on the south edge of where this supercell is tracking. So this may end up very close to the area of rotation or any possible hail that may still be embedded in this storm. But right now we're seeing that hail core weaken considerably. And we're beginning to get a little more concerned about this area of rotation in that between Syracuse and Douglas, where the severe thunderstorm warning is now, a considerable severe thunderstorm warning is now in effect until 8 o'clock this evening. So we're going to keep a close eye on this. Real quickly, though, I want to back the radar out and give you an idea of what we're looking at here. There you see the considerable severe thunderstorm warning. The tornado warning that was in effect for Thayer County has expired. The tornado warnings are now all in northern Kansas as that supercell is diving now to the southeast and may eventually transition from a tornado threat to a strong damaging wind threat. That may be also the case with this cell now in Otoe County, right along that same boundary as the other supercell, and this is now developing into its own rotating supercell right now. We're also seeing additional development right along the I-80 corridor between Omaha and Lincoln. We'll have to keep an eye on as storms are beginning to tap into the available energy here quite a bit more. But we're not seeing that happen with the storms to the west of Omaha. So this may be the main line, and if that's the case, the metro area may miss out on most of the severe weather as the main area of action may pass to the south of the metro area, and we may just deal with some nuisance showers and thunderstorms here in the metro for the rest of the evening. All right, let's go back now to the live first alert radar. There you see the severe thunderstorm warning that remains in effect for far southern Jefferson County until I believe 8 o'clock this evening. And now we need to focus in on these two severe thunderstorm warnings in the southern portion of our viewing area, southeast of Lincoln. And right now we have a developing supercell between Hickman and Cortland that may continue to intensify and eventually turn to the southeast. But our real concern right now is this storm where we have a camera on the east side of this storm near Syracuse, as we've been getting indications of a rotating supercell beginning to take shape. We have a camera right here. That's what you're seeing in the upper right portion of your screen, looking away from the storm. And again, I apologize. We don't have access to spin the camera around. There you see the hail core maintaining in that area of circulation, but not as strong as it was earlier, and still seeing that broadly somewhat disorganized rotation that may be kicking up those hailstones at the very least, and could lead to producing some strong wind gusts as well. So we do expect conditions to deteriorate on the DOT camera here rather quickly as the storm approaches. In fact, let's go ahead and zoom in on that here for just a moment. Again, this is the intersection of highways 2 and 50 near Syracuse in Otoe County. And this is where a severe thunderstorm is bearing down on that area as we speak. And right now, the storm, at least on radar, appears to be a little bit still inflow dominant. And that may be indicative of its ability to still get stronger as we move further into the evening hours as this tracks across Otoe counties. Right now, in the southwestern portion of the county, but beginning to head towards the Syracuse area. This camera just north of Syracuse in Otoe County, and again, it is looking east away from the storm. But if we come back out to live first alert radar here, and we'll keep the DOT image in the upper right part of your screen. We're going to switch over to preset mode here, and you can see that let's go ahead and put this into motion actually. There you see how quickly this has expanded in size, not necessarily in intensity, but beginning to see signatures of rotation on the southwest side of this storm complex, again taking the shape of a rotating supercell, capable of producing strong gusty winds, large hail, and possibly a brief tornado. Right now, the primary threat is appears to be transitioning from large hail to perhaps some strong gusty winds. And we'll have to see what that area of rotation does as it continues to push off to the east at about 15 miles per hour. There you see that hail core still kind of maintaining its intensity, just over about an inch in diameter possibly in that area. But again, we're also keeping an eye out on the area of circulation that we're seeing in this same portion of the storm as it inches closer to the Syracuse area. Okay, also getting a confirmation of a possible wall cloud in this area that we're keeping a close eye on. And so we're going to continue to monitor this, but we do have some new information coming in of interest for the Omaha metro area. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for portions of Douglas and Sarpy counties. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for portions of Douglas and Sarpy counties until 8:30 this evening. Let me go ahead and get the information on this warning for you because this does include portions of the metro area. Severe thunderstorm located near Gretna, moving east at 20 miles per hour. Main threat, 60 mile per hour wind gusts and 1-inch diameter hail. Again, this is a situation we don't see a very significant hail core. We're not seeing anything significant on velocity, but I believe the National Weather Service is issuing these warnings also because of the fact of the behavior of these cells overall. As they are beginning to rotate, they're beginning to maintain intensity, and as these storms continue to push off to the east, they may quickly develop into hail and or wind-producing storms. So again, severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for portions of Douglas and Sarpy counties until 8:30 this evening. Again, in Odo counties, trained weather spotter confirmed a possible wall cloud rotation could not be confirmed. That was 3 miles west of County Road 20 and County Road J. Also, the National Weather Service in Omaha advising that there are storms all over the place beginning to pop up. And so, again, we're going to have to keep a close eye on this one as it approaches the metro area. And we're also keeping an eye on this area of circulation approaching the Syracuse area in Odo County. So there, let's take a quick look at the rotation on that one again. Still very broad, but we do see the hail core beginning to regenerate here. And so that is something, if you're in the Syracuse area, it's now or never. You need to get any sensitive items to shelter as this hail core is re-strengthening and has already had a history of producing golf ball sized hail. So again, it's considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Actually, did that just get... That severe thunderstorm warning has been downgraded, I believe. Severe thunderstorm warning may actually have just been downgraded, but still the primary threat now is for large hail. Now let's go ahead and come back here to west of the metro area. There you see that hail core as expected already strengthening. So in the Gretna area we could see hailstones approaching 1 inch in diameter where this severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued. Let's go ahead and switch back now to live radar. We're going to work on getting some of our city cams up to get a closer look at this as it is approaching the metro area, and is like with these other storms we've seen, it is rapidly intensifying. Let's now take you live to First Alert meteorologist, Chief Meteorologist Matt Surwey in the Weather Center for an update on these storms as they are now tracking into the metro area.
Just to the north of Gretna proper is where we're going to have that hail potential. And this is going to kind of drift more south of 207th, south of Giles. That's probably where we're going to see about 1 inch hail in the next, 10 to 15 minutes or so. This storm is not moving all that fast. If I look at the wind speeds, wind's not showing anything either. This is mainly just going to be a hailstorm that's going to kind of pulse up and down. I'm going to put this on a kind of 30-minute loop here so you can kind of see how just this is going to pulse up and pulse down, kind of drift north toward the Millard area as we go through the next half hour or so, potentially producing a little bit of hail. But I expect this kind of weaken here as it drifts off to the north and east. Tons of lightning with this. If there's one thing these storms have really been doing, it's producing a lot of very, very loud thunder. If you're around Valley, anywhere between honestly 4:30 and 6 o'clock, you know exactly what I'm talking about there. So you're going to hear this storm. If you're in the Elkhorn area, if you're in Millard, wow. I remember seeing a picture of the storm chasers bringing the tarp off the field at Warner Park. You're getting in there. If anyone's still at Warner Park right now, Make sure you're getting to shelter. If you know someone who's at the Storm Chasers game, make sure you send them a quick text. Say, yeah, Matt says to just jump inside for a little bit. But if we go across the entire viewing area, there are more thunderstorm warnings that I do want to talk about here since we do have the time. This one that's across parts of Odo County, this is probably the strongest storm. And this severe thunderstorm warning, this goes until, as I get the information to pop up here, this goes until 8 o'clock, and look at that, 2-inch hail observed. So it's bigger than golf ball sized hail with this storm in Odo County. So this is heading toward the Syracuse area, right along Highway 2. I'll turn off the lightning here so you can kind of see it. The hail mode, it's there. The blue that you see, that's about 1.5 inch size hail, at least on our radar kind of interpretation of it. But this has had a history of producing some much larger hail just off to the southwest, just south of the Palmyra area. The other thing that I've been noticing is that, I'll switch back to the radar here, you can kind of see it's got a little hook. And when I saw them issue this warning about a half hour ago, I was like, oh gosh, this is hooking. This is going to be our one storm that might produce a tornado. It hasn't yet. It has the structure, but the winds not really doing much. We don't have the bright reds and the bright greens next to each other. Certainly some bright green right there showing the winds kind of blowing toward the radar, red away from the radar. And that's where we have the rotation. Is it strong enough for a tornado warning? No. But if you are kind of toward the Syracuse, the Dunbar area in parts of Odo County, keep a close eye on this. But as of right now, it's just going to be producing some big hail heading toward Syracuse. There's one more severe thunderstorm warning that's coming out of Lancaster County. I'll get the information on this here so you can kind of know what it's doing as it heads toward Tecumseh. This is until 8:15 for parts of southern Lancaster, kind of southeastern or southwestern Odo County and northern Johnson County. 1.5 inch sized hail with this storm. And I'll switch over to the hail mode so we can see where that is. You can see just south of Hickman here, we do have a little bit of a hail core. So that's going to keep drifting down to the south and east toward Firth, toward Adams, toward the Sterling area. But overall, the reason why I wanted to jump on is because we have that severe thunderstorm warning in the Omaha metro. It is going to produce a little bit of hail. It's over Gretna right now. It's going to be moving pretty much right along Harrison, right along the Douglas-Sarpy County line. But it's not going to be a lot. Not going to be a lot of hail. The latest hail scan with this is we're losing the blue, so we're losing the severe hail with this storm, down now to about nickel-sized hail. But it does have a lot of lightning with it. Plenty of lightning. So what this means is no matter where you are in Douglas and Sarpy County, time to head inside. Not anything to mess with. You're well within range anywhere in Douglas and Sarpy County of this thunderstorm potentially producing lightning that could affect you. And it's going to keep kind of moving off to the north and east. I'll put it into motion here. So this is moving right over the core of the Omaha metro. You're not going to escape it. So even if you are in downtown Omaha, if you're in Bellevue, you're dry right now, Council Bluffs as well, this storm's going to be moving in your direction with a lot of lightning, a lot of heavy rain, and potentially some small hail. I see our producer or director, someone in the booth flipping around the city cams there, and you can see the dark clouds off to the west. And yeah, there's going to be plenty of dark clouds kind of announcing this presence. Taking a look at what the Weather Service chat is saying, with that storm down to the south, and I mentioned this might turn into just maybe a little bit longer of a cut than I was anticipating, because this storm in the metro, it does have a warning. It does have some small hail, but this is generally just going to be a pulsing up, pulsing down thunderstorm. This one down to the south, now a report of a rotating wall cloud. That's the lowering, kind of ominous looking part of a thunderstorm. And if the wall cloud is rotating, that means other parts of the thunderstorm could be rotating. And that's kind of going back to what I was talking about before with the potential of a little bit of a hook there. The radar wind speeds, again, bright reds and bright greens are what I would expect to see if this was producing a tornado. They just issued a new thunderstorm warning. So let me put the radar on here. Take a look at what they're saying. And this is a severe thunderstorm warning. They kind of dropped the hail potential on this one. Kind of move this up here. It's for Odo County, central Odo County, specifically, really the city of Syracuse is where this storm is moving toward. 1.25 inch size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, still radar indicated. I have to click over here to see if they have any other additional tags. No, because sometimes they'll put, if you're weather savvy, and I know a lot of people around here are, sometimes they'll put that tag tornado possible. I'm personally not a fan of it, just because it kind of over communicates what people or what to expect out of a storm. If it's producing a tornado, it should be a tornado warning. That's my personal opinion. But it doesn't have that kind of tag on it with this thunderstorm warning in central Cass County. But we do have a report of a rotating wall cloud with it, and it has that kind of look to it. So I'll be keeping a close eye on this storm as it's moving to the south and east. So again, the city of Syracuse, definitely want to be inside. Don't need to go to the basement just yet, but just be on guard for that. Farther to the north, there have been some thunderstorms across northern Douglas and southern Washington County, and you can see a couple lightning strikes between Arlington and Blair, some heavy rainfall, maybe some pea-sized hail kind of over the Kennard area right now. The metro storm producing the hail. Starting to see a little more blue. Again, right over Gretna heading toward Millard is where you're probably seeing a little bit of hail right now. Lots of heavy rain with this. I'll zoom in and you can see kind of that pink core is what I'm going at here. This is on just south of HWS Cleveland Boulevard, north of 200 or east of Highway 6, so 204th Street. 204th and about Q, 204th and 180th is where that heavy rainfall is right now, or Q and 180th, pardon me. So this is going to be moving over the majority of Millard. Really, really heavy rain, lots of lightning, and potentially a little bit of hail. I'll pick a little point there. So as we're starting to get into the more populated areas, I know the west side of Gretna, a little more sparse, so probably not as many reports coming in. Checking over here, not seeing many reports coming in on the weather service, but lots of heavy rain. That's another thing I don't want to forget with these thunderstorms is that they could produce a lot of very heavy rainfall as we go through tonight. They're not really moving all that fast. They're only moving at about 25, 35 miles an hour at the absolute most. And this is the same area right on the Douglas-Sarpy County line that picked up about 1 inch of rain earlier this evening with those, well, there was one brief thunderstorm warning. I can't call them non-severe storms, but just a general thunderstorm that moved over the Omaha metro. Lots of lightning. 1 hour rainfall totals with this. You can see our scale up here, 1, 2, 3, 4 contours up, maybe 1 inch kind of over the Kennard area right now, maybe about 1/2 inch that's getting into Gretna. But those typically are what we call hail contaminated. Usually the radar overestimates how much rain is actually falling when there's hail inside of the thunderstorm. But nevertheless, that's something to watch as we go through tonight because the potential is there for more storms to develop. Here's the big picture here. Thunderstorm warnings in southern parts or southeastern parts of Nebraska. That one severe thunderstorm warning right on the Douglas-Sarpy County line. But we're watching more thunderstorms trying to get going toward David City, toward Stromsburg, toward York. We could still see more kind of developing and filling back in heading into this evening. Overall, the big picture here, I want to draw a line. Basically anywhere south of that line, that goes from about Lincoln to Plattsmouth, south of that line is where you could still see some pretty nasty storms this evening. And just like with that one we're seeing in Odo County, could see some big hail, potentials there for an isolated tornado, and some very strong winds. North of that line, I think the storms kind of popped a little too quick this afternoon. And they kind of started developing around 3:30 or so. So we couldn't fully recharge the atmosphere after the morning clouds and a little bit of rain off to our west. So we'll still see north of this line maybe an isolated severe thunderstorm warning, kind of like what we're seeing in the metro at the moment. But the better severe weather chances are going to be down to our south and east through the remainder of this evening. And it looks like they did issue, they have a new tag on this one. I want to get the information. This is coming out of southern Lancaster County, kind of heading into, yep, that's why, heading into parts of Johnson and Odo County. Another severe thunderstorm warning, and the difference here is that they have observed golf ball-sized hail with this storm kind of coming out of Hickman. And the report there, Highway 77 and Saltillo. So that's where we're going to have the potential for at least some big hail there. There's Highway 77 in Saltillo, moving over Hickman, kind of heading down toward Highway 43 there in southeastern Lancaster County. Hail potential, yep, there it is. Probably not going to be as big as golf ball size hail there. Still severe hail, definitely, with that storm. And then that other storm that's just off to the east of there still has a hook around the Syracuse area. This is going to go kind of right along and south of Highway 2. So Syracuse, Dunbar, down toward Talmadge. Keep a close eye on this storm. Syracuse especially, because it does have that little hook to it. Starting to see some brighter red and greens right next to each other. And I had that report of a rotating wall cloud. That's usually the precursor to a storm that produces a tornado. Not always, doesn't always make a tornado when you get a rotating wall cloud, because that's still higher up in the sky. Got to get that rotation all the way down to the ground. But it's one of those things that you watch for potentially a storm that could be getting ready to produce a tornado. And that's what this one kind of looks like it's doing. It's getting its act together here. And if we're getting reports kind of from Cass County Emergency Management has been very active in the Weather Service chat today. So it's entirely possible that we would see some reports coming out of that as it moves toward the Syracuse area, if it's producing any type of rotation, any type of at least lowering or maybe a funnel cloud. So those are the two areas of storms down to our south. We have, wow, look at all this lightning. There's a reason why I have a layer here that I can turn the lightning off and on, because when you get a storm like this, it's just nothing but lightning outside. Just incredibly high amounts of lightning. Let me recenter this real quick. Got to click on the lightning, and if I remember, that's what it is. My apologies. So we do have that severe thunderstorm warning that is in the western parts of the Omaha Metro. This goes until 8:30 for southern Douglas and northern Sarpy counties. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds possible, tons of lightning. So please, 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 no matter where you are, if you're in Omaha, if you're anywhere in the Omaha Metro, please get inside. You don't have to head to the basement or anything like that. We're not talking about that type of severe weather. But with all this lightning, definitely not the time to be outside. I know Ralston, they were talking about still doing their 4th of July celebrations today. They said they were going to move things indoors. Boy, howdy, they better be indoors there in Ralston. And I'll tell you, if they still want to do the fireworks at 10 o'clock, it's going to be kind of tough with this storm that's going to continue to slowly drift off to the north and east. So this storm is going to be over the Omaha Metro probably until about 9 or 9:30, and that's if nothing else develops on the backside of it. But the reason why the Weather Service issued this warning is it does have that hail potential. It's kind of tailing on the back side of it here. You can see that blue area. That's where we're going to have the severe hail. If I take that, there's the 1-inch hail. That's the highest hail potential there. And that's still on the southwest side of Gretna. As this tried to move off to the north and east, it really kind of loses its hail potential. It gets down to maybe about dime-sized hail there at 204th and about Giles, getting up to about 168th and Harrison, maybe about ½ inch there, and then Millard, kind of along just south of Highway 275, the Chalco area, maybe pea-sized hail. Not talking about a ton of hail with this storm as it pushes off to the east. But you see that warning. It does technically include Boys Town, goes right up to the edge of Ralston and Papillion. But just tons of heavy rain right now across parts of the Omaha Metro. And it's the 4th of July. Hopefully you had a lot of fun outside earlier today, because we had that big break in between rounds of thunderstorms. Maybe you even got outside after dinner, maybe fired up the grill a little bit real quick. But now it's time to head back in. If you're on the north side of Elkhorn, if you're north of Maple, you'll probably at least dry for the moment, but still with all this lightning it's just a good recommendation to get outside. And you see these, look at these lightning strikes. Look how far away those lightning strikes are from the main thunderstorm. This is why we tell you, and if you're ever at a sporting event, 10 miles is the radius that a thunderstorm can still kind of strike you with lightning. And that's why it might not be raining where you are, but you're still under at least the threat of getting struck by lightning. So the radar right now showing a lot of heavy rainfall. The winds not doing much, still not expecting a lot of heavy rain out of that, or a lot of strong winds, but we're starting to see that hail potential pulse up a little bit more, kind of on the southwest side of Gretna. So anywhere kind of west of Highway 31, west of Highway 6, depending on what part of Gretna you're in, you're definitely seeing some severe hail. So it's kind of getting over toward, there's the Platte River there. That's where we have the biggest hail potential right now. It's not really showing up on radar. That's interesting. Usually if we're talking hail like that, you're going to see some pinks, some purple showing up on the radar. Not really getting that. The National Weather Service said good downburst signature north of Gretna. And what that means, and you can kind of see it, a downburst is basically a lot of either hail or rain pulling a lot of wind down inside the thunderstorm. And what that does is, when we're talking about tornadoes, we talk about the red and the green. Green moving toward the radar in valley, red moving away, and that's the downburst, kind of right here. All that wind hits the ground, fans out in all directions, so you kind of get this red and green line. So if you're in Gretna right now, if you are in the far, far west parts of Omaha, kind of getting up toward the skyline area, you're probably, or the southwest side of Elkhorn, probably getting some gusty winds. Doesn't look like a ton, maybe a brief gust up to 40 or 50 miles an hour, and a lot of heavy rain, a lot of lightning with this thunderstorm. But there is that hail potential. Let's go back out to that storm that's down in Odo County. Because that was the storm, it's been trying, if you've been watching me, we've been trying to see this storm kind of hook a little bit more. It's produced just these little appendages, and that's where we potentially could see a little bit of rotation. There's the red and the green next to each other, kind of in a different pattern, different from the downburst. Green toward the radar site in valley, red away. And that's your rotation there, kind of heading towards Syracuse. Still pretty broad. Well, let's at the hail potential. And that's the reason why they issued this thunderstorm warning, not so much for the winds, but for the hail potential. 1.2 inch hail toward the Syracuse area. So getting up toward almost ping pong or $half sized hail with that in central Odo County. Still has that little bit of a hook, just a little bit of a hook south of Highway 2. And then that other one, this other severe thunderstorm warning, they're still warning it for golf ball. Still warning it for golf ball size hail. So let's switch over to the hail mode there. You can see coming out of Hickman, nothing really moving all that much. Let me double check the ground speeds with these thunderstorm warnings, because the upper level winds, you have to get really high up in the sky today to see some strong winds. Everything low is pretty. Yeah, this thunderstorm warning is moving at 10 miles an hour, and this thunderstorm warning is moving at 15 miles an hour. Holy cow. So that goes back to what I was telling you before with the really, really heavy rainfall potential. If these are only moving at 10 to 15 miles an hour, this has the potential to drop maybe 1 to 2 inches of rain in a very short amount of time as these slowly plod off to the east. And this is a 1 hour loop, and you can kind of see how these storms fill in. Look at this one in central Cass County, just sitting over the same place, and you can see how it's trying to cycle. There's one hook attempt, second hook attempt, here's a third hook attempt, and that's another thing to watch here on this the southern one coming out of Lancaster County, starting to get organized a little bit more, and maybe heading toward northern Johnson County. That's where I would say you have to be at least on guard for the potential for this storm to rotate a little bit more. There they just updated this warning. It looks like it's a thicker box there, and that's usually what, come on now. There it is. So now we're up to golf ball sized hail with this severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, National Weather Service just said expect golf ball sized hail in the next 10 to 15 minutes. It just started getting a heck of a lot bigger. Come on, let's zoom in here. Let's get that. All right, so if you are in the Gretna area, chances are you've been dealing with a lot of very heavy rain, maybe some occasional hail. Now we're starting to see that hail core expand a little bit more. We're starting to see the blues and the purples. 1.75 inches, that's golf ball sized hail. Radar's estimating just shy of that. So if you're in Gretna, and this storm once again is moving incredibly slowly. Let me take a look at the speed on this one. This one is only moving at 15 miles an hour. So it's going to take a while for it to get there, to move basically right along Highway 370 there in central Sarpy County. But if you are along Highway 370, anywhere from 204th Highway 6 off to the east, time to get the car inside. If you can, get it into a garage, because that is a pretty nasty looking hail signature. Let me loop this so you can kind of see how this is moving. I'll slow that down. Give me 1 second here. But basically, this is slowly trotting off to the east at about 15 miles an hour. There we go. Moving right over the city of Gretna with potentially baseball-sized hail. If someone's in the booth and can pull up, possibly pull up a traffic camera, Highway 370 and Highway 6 in Sarpy County, that's where we're going to have the potential for seeing some pretty big hail coming in right now. Again, there's that downburst signature. If I draw that line, you have the green moving toward the radar site and valley, red moving away. So those are the two kind of impacts we're seeing with this thunderstorm. Winds potentially gusting 40 to 50 miles an hour on either side of this, but we also have the potential for some golf ball sized hail. That's the purple that you see there, kind of moving over the Gretna area. And if it's moving at 15 miles an hour, this is really not moving all that fast. So let's I can put a track on this here. Move in, there's 15 miles an hour all the way to the edge of the... So there you go. Gretna, within the next couple of minutes, it's going to take a whole half hour to get to Warner Park and then Portal. So I-80, it'll be over I-80 and Highway 370 in about 15 minutes. So by about 8:30, if you're in that area, 8:30 is when that hail core is going to be over you. And then Warner Park by about 8:45. You know, someone who's parked at the Storm Chasers game, yeah, now it's time to tell them, okay, maybe you drive somewhere, find a covered parking spot just for a little bit, because I'll tell you, they're not going to play the game there in Sarpy County. Definitely not with not only the heavy rain, the hail potential, tons of lightning with this storm. Let's see, they just updated the warning down to the south, so let's go back to that one. So there are all the warnings that we have right now. Just about 8:15 on July 3rd. It's the first day of the long holiday weekend. We have a severe thunderstorm watch in effect, and I'll put that on right here. This is a severe thunderstorm watch that goes until 11 o'clock tonight. Does include the Omaha Metro, southeast Nebraska, far western parts of Iowa. We do have that severe thunderstorm warning that I was just showing you right along the Douglas-Sarpy County line. And they just updated this warning to mention golf ball sized hail possible in Gretna. So that's the severe thunderstorm warning until 8:30. Basically, it does include southern Douglas County, but I'll tell you, this is really going to be along Highway 370, maybe up toward the Sarpy County line, where we're going to have the potential for some big hail. And these are slow movers. They're only moving at 15 miles an hour. So it's going to stay over Gretna for about the next 10 to 15 minutes. Then it's going to start to move toward about the Millard area by 8:30, 8:45. That's what we're looking at here. We also have the warnings down to the south. Warnings down to the south. We have two They kind of consolidated them in Odo and Johnson County. So we have one severe thunderstorm warning for, this is central Oda County. Now the Dunbar area, Syracuse, definitely have said the city Syracuse several times here because it's just moving so slowly. And Unadilla, this goes until 8:45, 1.25 size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. We also have this one in southern Lancaster County that's moving into parts of Johnson and Odo counties. 1.5 size hail, so $0.5 size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds possible with that storm. I'll look at the winds. I keep checking because if there's going to be any type of rotation, it's going to be on these southern storms. What do you have for me? You have NDOT. Where's the NDOT camera? Oh, Highway 370. Let's take it. Here's Highway 370. I'm trying to see the cross street on it at 174th. Yeah, this is going to be right where we're seeing not only heavy rainfall potential, but also the potential for some big hail. So Highway 370 and 174th. This is just on the kind of on the edge of where we have this hail core. Yeah, the hail core is coming in to keep that camera handy because where we were looking at about right here. That's where that camera was. So possibly some small hail getting there, but the hail core is still off to our west, right over the good portion of the city of Gretna right now with potentially up to golf ball sized hail. No reports in the Weather Service chat. Great. As a reminder, if you're in the Gretna area, please send us your storm pictures, your reports. I can pass them along to the National Weather Service. You can tag us in them on Instagram, Facebook, whatever social media of your choice is. You can also email them to us. We have a form there on firstalert6.com. You can also use the First Alert 6 app. And if you're about to head out for some reason, I would recommend staying inside. But we're going to be on the First Alert 6 streaming app. If I'm talking here on TV, you can watch us online and on your phone as well. So you can be updated with these storms as they continue to move off to the east very, very slowly across the Omaha metro. But there's just very heavy rainfall across all of Gretna, kind of getting into about I-80 and 144th Street there, getting up toward Giles as well. I'll zoom out to see what's happening in Douglas County, because you might be watching us from, if you're in where I am in Blackstone, downtown Omaha, you're saying, I'm only seeing light rain. It's not a big deal. If you're in Elkhorn, Bennington, well, you might, on the north side of Bennington, be getting a little bit of a rain shower. Bellevue, totally dry. Same on the south side of Papillion, but it's western parts of the Omaha metro dealing with a severe thunderstorm warning that could be producing up to golf ball sized hail. It looks very, very impressive on radar right now, and it's going to keep slowly trudging to the east at about 15 miles an hour. Still have that downburst signature. We still could see some brief gusty winds out of this thunderstorm, but the bigger issue will be, one, the hail in the immediate part of the storm. But as a reminder, even though it might be dry where you are in southeastern Sarpy County, northern Douglas County, with all this lightning pushing in, please get inside. Just call it. Can't really say call it a night because some people might be planning on staying out until 11 o'clock or midnight. But for the time being, please at least just get inside or jump onto a covered porch so you're not standing out in an open area as this storm is pushing in. The storm, at least in the Omaha metro, doesn't have that hook like we're seeing down to the south, but wow, this hail potential over Gretna right now. So that's golf ball sized hail. Don't want to mess with it. Thankfully, it's moving. I'll rephrase because it's kind of a double-edged sword. It's moving slowly, so people out ahead of it have a chance to at least get the car in the garage. It's moving slowly. My sincere apologies to people in Gretna because that's just continuing to dump hail on you right now. And I'm very, very curious what this storm is going to be doing on the ground, because it can look really, really hail intense on radar. But until we get those reports, we're not entirely sure of what it's always doing on the ground. Just checking Weather Service chat. Train spotter, and this is, I'll preface this within Odo County, so I'll go back down to that storm so you're not confusing it with the one in the Omaha metro. That's mainly going to be potentially hail and some very heavy rain. These storms in Odo County, Train spotter says a lowering cloud base with rotation near County Road 28 and County Road N. So let me zoom in here. Sometimes it's kind of tough to pick out a lot of streets when you get into slightly less populated areas. So let's see. County Road 28 and County Road N. Oh, not seeing that too much right there. But if I had to wager, honestly, I would say that's probably just south of Syracuse. Radar's not really showing all that much. Let me see if it's the one farther off to the west. There we go. Okay, now we're talking. At least a brighter red. That's doesn't have the right. What I'm looking at here, I'm trying to find the right structure with the thunderstorm. Trying to find the right place where it could be rotating. If I had to guess where there's any areas of rotation, it's going to be kind of here over Highway 43, and then that one I've continued to watch south of the Syracuse area, but neither of them really standing out when we look at radar wind speeds. The only one where I see the red and the green next to each other there between Douglas and Palmyra, when I switch it over, that's not the part of a storm that's going to be rotating. It's going to be the southern edges of one of the storms. So there is at least one report of a lowering cloud base and rotation with this storm, County Road 28, County Road N. And it says it's moving incredibly slowly, and yes, that's exactly what it is. So if you are in Odo County, Nebraska City right now, you're kind of on the edge of this thunderstorm. Syracuse, you've been dealing with a heavy rainfall, potentially some hail and some gusty winds for about the last, 20 minutes or so. And it looks like there's a new severe thunderstorm warning coming out. And this one is going to be farther to the north. Okay, so you can kind of see when you get the warnings on top of each other like this, it means that they're moving really slowly. So here's the new severe thunderstorm warning, and it does include parts of the metro. This is mostly for Sarpy County, and it looks like the Weather Service is expecting this to turn just a little bit more. So this is for central and southern Sarpy County, extreme northern Cass County until 9 o'clock. Inch and quarter size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. You know, if someone's down toward Lenoma Beach, Louisville, out on the river, time to head in. Should have been in a long time ago, but especially with all this lightning. But the hail potential looks like it's starting to dive a little bit more down to the south. So Cedar Creek, Cullum, Springfield, Louisville, you're not technically in this warning. I'll tell you, it's just a good time to get inside. But this hail core will likely start to turn a little bit more down to the south and east. And this storm, well, they just updated this one. So let me click on this warning, see if they changed it at all. Yes, I know the hail size. There we go. See, when you get concentric warnings, it's tough to pick out the right ones. So let me see what they're going to do with this. Okay, so they just trimmed back the warning, no update to, because see how they really just cut off that warning anywhere north. So Douglas County officially out of the thunderstorm warning. That hail potential sitting over Gretna right now is going to be moving right along Highway 370. If anyone you know, say you had visitors over earlier today and they're from Ashland, Greenwood, Lincoln, any place down to the south, if they're visiting us from Waverly, and they were planning on going along I-80, hold up. Wait until this storm passes, because that hail core is right over I-80 right now, with potentially up to golf ball size hail. What do you got for me? All right. This is Highway 370 and 74th Street. And if I zoom in here, it's basically this squiggly little line right there. So right in between 186, 168. So this picture is, I'll draw on it right here, right about here. So we're kind of looking and seeing a lot of heavy rainfall. I'm kind of looking in the street light right there to see if we're, Sam, if you could take that full so I could see it just kind of a little bigger for a second, just so I can kind of analyze what I'm seeing and not like completely walk off camera. But I'm trying to, thank you very much. It looks like, yeah, I can see some bigger white reflective droplets in there. There's probably going to be some hail mixed in there, kind of on the edge of it, but a lot of really, really heavy rainfall. Notice the trees aren't moving a lot. We're not seeing a ton of strong wind with this. You might have seen that downburst signature earlier on, but now we're transitioning more toward the hail potential. All right, thank you so much. I apologize for directing from the floor. We can go back to the boxes. But that's what we're seeing right now across Highway 370 in Sarpy County. Highway 370, that was 74th Street. And zooming out, a lot of heavy rain. If you're in the Millard area, you're just dealing with a lot of really heavy rain. Same up toward 680, the Irvington Bend. That's what we're dealing with in Douglas County. The severe weather, the severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for Cass and Sarpy County, really central Sarpy County. Goes until 9 o'clock here. Inch and quarter size hail over Gretna right now, continuing to slowly move down to the south and east. Let me double check the speed on this one. This is moving southeast at 15 miles an hour. So if I put a track on this, just really, really slow moving thunderstorm. And you know what? Let me take a better track on that, because this one's just kind of dragging maybe a little more north of there. So it's over the kind of central part of Gretna right now. It's going to take almost 25 minutes to get down towards Springfield. Wow. So if you're anywhere between Gretna and Springfield, not only are you going to be dealing with potentially up to, golf ball sized hail on the absolute high side with this. Look at the 1 hour rainfall rates. The darker colors there over Gretna. Again, as always with a grain of salt when you're talking hail potential, that's maybe 1.5 to 2 inches of rain with this storm. So I wouldn't be shocked if around Gretna we start getting reports of water kind of ponding up on streets, low-lying areas starting to collect water a little bit more. If there are any, there might be some reports of water-covered roads with any of these storms, because they're such slow movers. But to be honest, they're not really. The amount of moisture that's in the air, I get that it's been humid the last couple of days, but the depth of the moisture in the atmosphere wasn't too high today. Otherwise, I'd be a lot more concerned about flash flooding immediately with these storms, but they'll probably put down 1 inch or 2 of rain per hour in the Omaha metro. Let's go down to the south again. I want to keep a close eye on those storms in parts of Odo County, because they really have been trying to rotate and create rotating wall clouds, and there have been reports more and more of rotation east of Bennett and south of Palmyra is what the Weather Service said. So let's zoom in here. East of Bennett and south of Palmyra. It's going to be right here around the Douglas area. Again, this is the one I was looking at earlier. It's just not in the best part of the thunderstorm. It's in the middle of the storm. So we would have to see kind of this part south of Bennett clear out a little bit more if I was going to say, okay, that's going to definitely be producing a tornado. It might be rain wrapped, or at least the rotation is rain wrapped. But these are still 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in parts of Odo, Lancaster, and extreme northern Johnson counties. And they're being warned for the hail potential, which we have right here. South of Bennett, you have maybe penny-sized hail around Syracuse. Syracuse has severe hail over 1 inch estimated on the radar. But we keep checking the winds. There's the latest radar scan. And if I'm looking at this here, say maybe right here, there's a little bit of rotation. There's the one they're watching east of Bennett and south of Palmyra. Palmyra right about here. And Syracuse, that one, not looking the best. So we still have the rotating potential with these thunderstorms down to the south. And there are so many. Let me see if I can bring up, this might jump around on you real quick, but I wanted to bring up and it's 8:30, so I might not be able to get visible satellite data. If not, I'll drag it back, because I want to show you I'll take the radar off here quick, because I wanted to show you the clouds that are around. There's the severe thunderstorm warning. I'll kind of go back a little bit farther, because there are so many little boundaries from what we had earlier today. And this is going back all the way to 7 o'clock, so we're talking 1.5 hours back. Looks like there's one weak boundary there toward Tecumseh, and these storms are kind of pushing toward it. So that could be what's helping to cause a little bit more rotation, a little bit more strengthening right now with those thunderstorms. Let's go back to the live radar here. And you kind of see we're approaching that area that I was just looking at on the visible satellite. And it's kind of little boundary right here around Tecumseh. And usually if storms kind of hit that, they can briefly spin. And that might be what we're seeing across parts of Odo County. We still have the severe thunderstorm warning. If I take it back to the metro, a severe thunderstorm warning over Sarpy County. And lots of lightning once again. Truly less lightning than what we were seeing earlier. This was almost completely covered up in those white bolts. So we're not seeing as much lightning. The hail potential, we're pushing away from those purples that we were seeing earlier. But this is still right over Highway 370, right over I-80, south of Gretna, north of Platteview Road, 370, I-80, 370 and 168th Street, 370 and 174th, that camera that we were seeing every once in a while. What do you got, Sam? Uh, 370 at I-80, that's perfect. That's exactly what we're going to be looking at here. And you can see a lot of very heavy rain. I'm trying to keep a close eye on, at least if we're seeing some hail. Usually you can see, if you're seeing a lot of hail, you could see some maybe bouncing off the ground. A lot of really, really heavy rain there. I see someone, keep it here for a second, because you see those stoplights or the lights of the car underneath the overpass. I get it. If you see hail, you don't want to get your car dimpled or anything like that, especially if you're on the interstate. But this is Highway 370. Let's be real, people drive on it like it's an interstate. But don't do this, please. Please do not stop underneath overpasses to protect your car from hail. I get it. No one wants to get their car damaged, but you cause more accidents when you just stop, potentially in a lane of traffic or even in a shoulder. So please, please break that habit. Just drive, take an exit, find a gas station or something, and that's how you can take shelter or at least keep your car protected. But please do not stop under overpasses when there's hail out there, because we could be seeing hail across parts of western Sarpy County right now. This view of Highway 370 at I-80 Street, hail potential maybe dropped a little bit. Where we were looking right there, right here, and you can see how the reds kind of disappear, the purples kind of disappear. So maybe we're seeing at least the hail potential get a little bit lower with this thunderstorm. And if I switch over on the hail mode on the radar, okay, maybe we're starting to see a little bit of hail creeping up toward the Millard area. There's Q, that's going to be about 144th, or pardon me, 168th and Q is where we might be seeing a little bit of hail there outside of the severe thunderstorm warning. I just used this part right here. Yeah, getting up toward that severe potential. So 144th and Q, 168th and Harrison, 180th and Giles. You might be seeing at least some small hail, not severe hail, but a lot of very, very heavy rainfall in Millard outside of the official severe thunderstorm warning. That's in Sarpy County. You know what, Sam, if you can really quick take a look at power outages for me, because we had a lot coming out of the 6 o'clock hour, and we had a lot of reports of maybe some trees down in parts of the Omaha metro, and that could have fallen on power lines. So what are the power outages now? 768, and that's in the metro. That's most of them. Okay, so kind of a spread out 768. We're not seeing a focused area. Thank you so much for that, Sam, my producer, helping me out here. So I was curious because we had a lot of lightning earlier that caused a lot of power outages. Thankfully, we're not at least experiencing a lot of power outages with this severe thunderstorm that's moving through the Omaha metro. Let's see, and then we're going back to more Odo County reports there from the National Weather Service chat. They did issue a flood advisory, so let me go down to the south here. A flood advisory for Odo County. And I'll kind of turn on the 6-hour rain totals. And you can see how we have two kind of yellow bullseyes here. There's one over Odo County. Let's see. Yeah, that's the flood advisory that just came on my watch there. It says average accumulation 1.2 inches. So let me take off average and go to the point there, because you can see, yeah, 2 to 3 inches of rain kind of north of Syracuse near the Panama area. Could be leading to some roads getting water covered in that area. And then if I go back up to the Omaha Metro, you can see if that storm in Gretna was not producing hail, and it was, again, if it was all rain, that orange bullseye there could be maybe some places between 2 and 4 inches of rain just west of Gretna. And you get another one of those little yellow bullseyes near Millard, 2.5 inches of rain. Keep in mind, these are the same places that did have that very slow-moving thunderstorm around 5-ish this afternoon. So right around the Douglas-Sarpy County line, a lot of very heavy rain so far today. But the hail core continues to weaken with this storm. So hopefully we continue this trend and we keep seeing the hail potential kind of lessen as it moves down to the south. The wind, yeah, you can really see. I'm going to put this on a loop so you can nerd out with me for a little bit. And we can watch that downburst wind. Remember, downburst, the green and the red's kind of going away from each other. Watch this right here in Gretna. Green and the red going away from each other. That's the heavy rain. That's the hail rushing down to the ground. Air kind of pushing out in all different directions. So Louisville, you might be getting some gusty winds right now. North of that storm in maybe Millard, south side of Elkhorn, you're getting some really gusty winds from a weakening downburst. But overall, this is just going to be a lot of rain as the storm continues to move only at about 15 miles an hour. Wow. Let me check the Weather Service and see if they have any additional updates here. They're talking about the heavy rainfall potential. Absolutely. And if you could keep this up for a second so I could take a quick drink of water. Thank you so much there. These storms are going to put down a lot of rain because they're moving so slowly. Weather Service says, yes, potentially 3 inches of rain between Palmyra and Syracuse. That's what I was just showing you earlier. And we could see that. I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see some 2, possibly 3-inch totals coming out of parts of Sarpy County with this very, very slow-moving storm that's producing a little bit of hail. Again, if you were hoping, we have the Golden Spike Network, 6.6. If you were watching the Storm Chasers game, yeah, they're in a delay, and they're gonna be in a delay for a little bit. At least the hail's starting to move down to the south. That's more toward the outlet malls there, right along Highway 30 and Highway 6 and I-80 there, south of Gretna. Once you get kind of on the other side of Gretna there, that's where we have the best hail. Let's see, zooming out here. Yeah, that's starting to see at least a weakening trend. We're not getting those purples. We're not getting the reds or the really, really dark reds on the radar. Here's a 1-hour loop, and you can just see how slow this storm is moving off to the east. North of there, across the remainder of the Omaha Metro, the Omaha proper, you're seeing a good soaking rain across parts of Douglas County. But we still have this one severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 9 o'clock, so top of the hour. And I'll stay with it. I'll stay on, at least on TV, as long as we have that Metro thunderstorm warning. But it's pushing away from Omaha. Still have a lot of lightning with this storm across Sarpy County. So still within the range where you still want to be inside. And again, I just saw another bolt. I'll circle it right here. Nowhere near any rain. Nowhere near any rain. But still have the potential to be at least struck by lightning if you're maybe 10 miles away from a thunderstorm like this. So please, if you hear thunder right now, if you are hearing thunder and you see people outside, if your friends are outside, text them. You get inside, stay safe, let these storms pass, because it looks like not much is happening on the backside of this. I'll put this in a loop, and you can see that a lot of this, maybe it's starting to fill back in a little more toward Seward, toward Lincoln, but at least in the Omaha Metro, once we get this batch of rain that's over us right now to get out of here. Maybe we'll get a little bit of a break late in the evening. If you've been itching to set off more fireworks, you can go right ahead maybe in another hour or so once things start to wind down. All right. Down to the south again, let's talk about these storms in Odo County, because we continue to see a little bit more of a hook on that storm. Yeah, and you can see the reds and the greens starting to come together a little bit more here. This looks like some radar contamination. That doesn't look like the best data right there, even though, yes, they are bright colors. I will absolutely admit that. Just not the best data. So Weather Service is keeping a close eye on this, and you should too if you're around the Syracuse area. Basically, y'all have been on guard for the last hour or so with this thunderstorm that just doesn't stop moving. The Weather Service has issued a flood advisory, and this is what I was talking about here, and this is going to be for this storm that's right over Sarpy County. So I'll switch over to the rainfall totals. This is a flood advisory for essentially low-lying areas, maybe low roads. 2 to 3 inches of rain have fallen, so there could be some possibly water-covered roads around Gretna, around Millard, I-80 there for the next hour or two. It's going to take a while for the rain to kind of drain away. Honestly, it's going to take another hour for this rain to move away, so we could still see even more heavy rain falling on those same areas. As I kind of poke around here in the metro, I see one more, possibly, that looks like a little hail core trying to develop. This is right over I-80 and Giles, give or take. Right as you cross over I-80, 108th, you get the alphabet exits there, ILQ coming south of Douglas County. So maybe a little bit of hail, Millard, Ralston, kind of on the edge of town there. You could be seeing a little bit of hail. And that's mostly, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see that kind of tick up in the next scan. I mean, I know this says debris. This is not, and to be clear, this is not debris. This is hail. But anytime you have a drop in the radar like that, and all those purples, chances are there's some hail. And I wouldn't be surprised if we get another maybe brief thunderstorm warning, or at least an extension anywhere along Harrison. So that's about 108th and Harrison, 96th and Harrison, 96th and Giles. You could be seeing some hail coming over you in the next 10 to 15 minutes or so. Again, no warning with it. I keep checking to see when our hail product will update. Still need another radar scan there. It's outside of the warning, because the warning's all Sarpy County. We're starting to call off places that are in Douglas County. We're kind of seeing the hail cores pulse up and down on both sides of this storm. You see the one hail core right there along I-80, another one just coming past the outlet malls south of Gretna, the Nebraska crossing outlets. And yeah, that's where we have hail right now pushing out of Gretna away from the I-80 corridor, heading towards Springfield and Cedar Creek. And remember, it's only moving at 15 miles an hour. So if I try to draw, gotta get really creative with my cone drawing here. This hail core is still going to be 20 minutes before it reaches Springfield. It's going to be a minute. 9:19 until that hail core reaches Cedar Creek, and truly, it might not hold on all that long. It'll kind of get stronger, it'll weaken, stronger and weaken. We'll go through this back and forth cycle as it keeps pushing down to the southeast, but a lot of heavy rainfall still across a lot of the metro. All right, so it is 8:45 right now. This thunderstorm warning goes until 9 o'clock. I wonder if they're not going to kind of call it off early. Let's see. No, they're still talking about those storms down to the south. If you're anywhere north of Omaha, basically Wahoo, Fremont, Blair, northward, if you're in western Iowa, all of you are dry. But the big picture here shows one warning over the metro, another warning kind of consolidated there across parts of Lancaster, Odo, and extreme northern Johnson County. But anywhere south of here is where we're going to see the storms continuing at least for the next couple of hours. They might back build a little bit more later on tonight as I put this into a loop. You see all of them slowly drifting down to the south, You can see a couple more trying to build on the back side of it here toward Lincoln. And if we would see storms continue overnight, it would be kind of on the northern and western fringes of this and still just sitting over the same area. I just saw a lot of lightning from our city cam, so we're still seeing plenty of lightning around the Omaha metro with that severe thunderstorm warning down to the south. Let me take a look at this latest radar scan down to the south. It would be nice if we start to see, I'm seeing a little more of a bow with this storm. Yes, it still has a couple little appendages there that we're going to keep an eye on, but that looks like it's mostly going to start turning into maybe some strong winds. An area of rotation there. This is pretty broad rotation. Doesn't look the best right there. Either way, we've gotten so many sporadic reports of spotters saying, yes, I see a rotating wall cloud. I see a lowering. The Weather Service has put through kind of what's called a beaver tail, one of those long, thin clouds kind of parallel to the ground. So that's what these storms are doing down to the south. All of those are indications that it's trying to rotate. It's really, really trying to get its act together and at least produce possibly a brief tornado. As of right now, it's still just a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Odo County. And yes, it does technically include Lancaster and extreme northern Johnson County. This is right over the Douglas area, so the southwestern corner of Odo County, where we have the rotation. Syracuse, I've been saying that city all evening. Thankfully, it seems like you're starting to get a little bit of a break, still possibly a little bit of hail over you right now. And the purple, I can switch back to that, indicates maybe some heavy rain, but at least the rotation with that storm is kind of subsiding for the moment. I hope we can keep that trend going. In the Omaha metro, still a lot of rain across Douglas County, rain in parts of Omaha, West O, far West O, starting to dry out a little bit more. There's the latest radar scan, which is still showing at least one hail core kind of heading toward Ralston, La Vista, the north side of Papillion. Another one here near the Nebraska crossing outlets just south of I-80. So those are the two hail cores that we're watching with that thunderstorm warning. That does go until the top of the hour. So I'll stay with it until then. If you are kind of scoping out your 4th of July weekend plans, this is the stormy night. Tomorrow, with kind of how strong these storms are, it's going to push this boundary down to the south. So we've canceled, if you've been watching all week, we had Friday and Saturday as First Alert 6 weather days. Now, it's just tonight. Tonight where we have the storm potential. Tomorrow's storm potential is going to be farther to the south. So these storms, they might be busting your plans tonight. It'll make tomorrow night's plans even better. If you're thinking, if someone could check Ralston's Facebook page, see if they've moved their fireworks. I know that was one of the bigger metro area, thanks Sam, metro area fireworks displays that we're still planning tentatively having a fireworks display tonight. I'm very curious now because they have a lot of very heavy rainfall moving into Ralston. Like I said, a lot of lightning with this, and we're starting to see the lightning tick up again around Louisville, and that could be another hail core developing. What do you got, Sam? Okay. All right, so an update for people who potentially were seeing, planning on going to the Ralston fireworks, where it is absolutely pouring right now. They're still planning, tentatively, to have the fireworks tonight. Now, look at the radar. They just shared that information 5 minutes ago. So with all of this on the radar, that's what the city is planning, which I understand. I understand this could clear out and people could still, if you live 10 to 15 minutes away, jump in the car, get out there. You're not going to be sitting on the grass. You're not putting a blanket on the grass with how much rain is falling right now. But please just use some common sense. If there's still a lot of lightning in the area, if you can still hear thunder by about 9:45, 10 o'clock, it would be unsafe, or I should say unwise, to go see the fireworks in Ralston if they're still going to have them. So I'll turn the lightning on here. You can still see, even though there's not lightning bolts directly over Ralston, that's still close enough that it would be at least threatening to be outside in parts of the Omaha metro. All right, so yeah, that's the one metro fireworks display that I've been keeping an eye on. I'm still planning on having them at 10 o'clock. With this storm continuing to move very, very slowly down to the south and east, only at about 15 miles an hour. Yeah, we're starting to lose a lot of the hail potential out of this. There it is, maybe a little pea-sized hail there heading toward where they're hopefully keeping the fireworks and the charges dry in Ralston. But right now, that warning as it heads through western Sarpy County, sub-severe for the moment. So we got 9 minutes. I've been on for about a little more than an hour here. So we're just gonna ride this warning out because I really don't think the Weather Service is gonna issue another one here. Yeah, they're talking more about this storm down to the south, which will still be streaming on the First Alert 6 the First Alert 6 streaming app. And if there are any confirmed tornadoes or we start getting some really nasty hail or winds, I would definitely break in for that. But it looks like we're starting to see at least the metro severe potential kind of wane a little bit more. Down to the south, though, Weather Service is still keeping a close eye on this one. And yeah, the radar colors, yes, is very colorful right around here, but that's not really showing anything that's notable. It looks like it's just a couple of bad pixels there. Yes, there might be some brief rotation kind of mixed in there, but the reds and the greens, the way they're organized, the way that the bright colors kind of pop out, that's not good radar data. But I would still keep an eye on this in kind of southern Odo and extreme northern Johnson County. That storm kind of circling or kind of cycling up again, potentially producing another little hook there. But it's also, like I showed before, starting to form into a bow. So that could mean some stronger winds kind of heading toward Cook, kind of heading toward the Tecumseh area, places that are dry right now. But if you're watching us from southeast Nebraska, I get that these storms are moving slowly, but places like Tecumseh, places like Auburn and Julian, Nebraska City, depending on where you are in the city, you're dry right now. But this entire line is slowly dropping to the south. So if you were hoping for maybe a fireworks show, if your neighborhood does one, if you're going to go to one that's one of the municipalities are doing around here, it might be dry right now, but in another hour, this line could be producing some pretty heavy rainfall. And that's the biggest concern with the storm tonight, because I know a lot of people really want to get outside. It's America's 250th. It's everyone really wants to celebrate, but I implore you to at least be safe when you're celebrating, and that includes with the weather. And right now it is, I hope everyone's inside, anywhere from Tecumseh, Auburn, Nebraska City, into the Omaha metro. Yeah, Sam? All right, we're going to go to Highway 370 and 120th Street, and this is where we have not only the heavy rain falling, but I see a lot of water kind of pooling on the road. So let me, as you're watching this, and this is one of the slower moving thunderstorms that we have around here, I want to get up the flood advisory so you can kind of see where the Weather Service is highlighting the potential for at least some water-covered roads. And just exactly what we're seeing like this at Highway 370 at 120th Street. All right, they issued a new severe thunderstorm warning down to the south. So let's bring it back here. You can kind of see the brighter colors on the horizon there. Yes, the rain is starting to taper off on the west side of the Omaha metro, but we still have this flood advisory that goes through the next couple of hours. You can see it extends all the way into about the Ralston area, just south of Boys Town, really through Gretna and Millard is where we could be seeing some water-covered roads. If you know an area that collects water, anytime it rains, you see big old puddles. Chances are those puddles are much deeper right now in that part of western Sarpy County. So there's that flood advisory. Let's go back here, and I want to go back to the severe thunderstorm warnings down to the south because they just issued a new one. So I want to, as long as I'm on here, I'll get you that information while we keep an eye on that metro thunderstorm warning. New severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to clip parts of Lancaster County. I'll bring this up here. So Lancaster, Johnson, Gage, and Odo counties. This goes until 9:45. Inch and a quarter size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. And again, it has had the potential of at least rotating a little bit. And that's what it looks like right here. Kind of watch this hook, this part of the screen there, kind of in between the 43 and 41 badges. And you can also see that we have a little bit of rotation exactly there. And this is better radar data. We're not seeing those really wonky, bright specks like we had with the last radar scan. This is probably some pretty good radar data, and this is showing at least a little sign of rotation with this storm down to the south. So to come so you're not in this thunderstorm warning, but something you have to keep an eye on over the next couple of hours. Cook, you're in that, but I think the rotation is going to stay just off to your west. Syracuse, another thunderstorm warning for you, but that's going to be mostly heavy rain and possibly some hail. Let's see the hail potential with this. And yeah, we still have the potential with that blue, maybe inch-sized hail, but this is mostly going to be transitioning toward wind and potentially, that's some rotation right there. That really is probably some of the best rotation that we've seen with this thunderstorm down to the south. All right, we have 3 more minutes to go with this thunderstorm warning in the Omaha metro. So I'll kind of give a broad picture, and then as that warning disappears from the map, we'll kind of wrap it up here, and I'll be standing by for the rest of the evening. So it's 8:57 right now. I'll put this into motion. Very, very slow moving complex of thunderstorms that's just producing a lot of heavy rainfall, possibly some hail, and some strong winds. Remember, we have flood advisories for parts of Odo County and Sarpy County. That's where radar estimates have anywhere between 2 and 3 inches of rain just in the last couple of hours. And parts of the Omaha metro could still be seeing some very heavy rain outside of that thunderstorm warning, outside of where we're seeing the hail and wind potential. This entire line is eventually going to drag down to the south, but we will have to watch back to our west for potentially a little more development kind of bubbling up on the edges, bubbling up on the outflow. That could keep more rain around tonight, and that could produce potentially some flash flooding, some pretty high rainfall totals. The severe weather potential is going to be stronger south of Nebraska City, south of Tecumseh, south of Lincoln as we go through the remainder of the evening. And that severe weather potential is mainly going to be for big hail and strong winds. But as I've been showing you with that storm in Odo County, we have the potential to see a little bit of rotation from time to time. So I can't completely eliminate tornado potential out of this, but once these storms start to congeal into at least a little more of a, calling that a line of storms is being very generous. That's a messy blob of storms, but we're not seeing those individual storms, the individual supercells that can rotate a little bit easier. So I really think it's mostly going to be hail and wind across southeastern Nebraska. And another reminder, a lot of lightning with these storms. Even if you're in the dry parts, you can see another little random lightning strike, a bolt from the blue, as it were, across parts of Seward County. So these storms will keep moving to the southeast this evening. We'll see more scattered thunderstorms kind of developing overnight. But the reason why I cut in here was because of this severe thunderstorm warning. This is the second thunderstorm warning that they've issued in the Omaha metro. I'll switch over to hail. It was really for the golf ball sized hail over Gretna. And honestly, through this entire warning, it has moved all of maybe 10 miles across Sarpy County. Hail potential's waning. The wind potential, maybe some gusty winds inside there. On the order of 35, 40 miles an hour, and a lot of very, very heavy rainfall that could be causing some high water on roadways across Sarpy County. So, as I mentioned, this is going to be expiring. Doesn't look like they're going to issue another one. So this is going to be expiring within the next few seconds. It should disappear from the map. If we start to get any more warnings in the Omaha metro, I'll jump back on. If we start getting more reports of potentially some flooding across parts of Sarpy County, I'll jump back on. And with this storm down to the south, if we start getting confirmed reports of maybe a little better rotation, I'll jump on here as well. If not, between now and then, make sure you download the First Alert 6 streaming app. We'll keep coverage going there. But on NBC, let's get you back to regular programming.
Live from WOWT, This is a First Alert 6 weather day.
And thank you, Matt. Nick Weig here with you in the Alert Center as we continue our extended streaming coverage of this severe weather event across the metro and the rest of eastern Nebraska. As Matt just mentioned, the severe thunderstorm warning that was in effect for the metro area has now expired. We do still have other severe thunderstorm warnings that remain in effect at this hour. And the main area of concern is in the Douglas and Syracuse areas. So let's go ahead and take you now to live First Alert radar, where that severe thunderstorm warning does remain in effect. This warning does continue until 9:45 this evening. Severe thunderstorm located along a line extending 2 miles southwest of Syracuse to 5 miles southeast of Douglas to 4 miles southeast of Panama, moving east at just 10 miles per hour. $half sized hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts are the primary threat. As Matt was alluding to, there still a lot of concern about this strong area of rotation that we're seeing, and we've seen this in all of these storms, but we're also seeing indications of winds also producing some strong wind gusts away from the radar site. So that would, in this case, be outflow. And one thing of concern of that is that this may be transitioning, as we expected, from a hail-producing event to a wind-producing event. And so we're kind of seeing some indications of some bowing, but also these little notches as well, which are still indicative of a rotating portion of the storm. Right now, that is still continuing, as well as the threat for some large hail. Right now, radar detecting hailstones aloft at just above an inch in diameter. So it's still possible that there's some 1 inch diameter hail in the Douglas area that could be capable of producing some damage. But right now, really beginning to grow concerned about some of these wind speeds that we're seeing, as this may not just be rotating, but may also be in the transitionary phase of beginning to turn into more of a wind-producing threat. Right now, looking at some of this, winds getting upwards of 50 to 55 miles per hour. Over here on the leading edge, there's some areas aloft where earlier we were getting reports of 80 to 90. But again, those are the winds aloft. That doesn't mean that that's how strong the winds are at the surface. Still, though, around the Burr area, we're seeing wind indicators of around 60 miles per hour. So this could be indicative of some broad rotation. It may also be indicative of a hail-producing storm beginning to transition into a wind-producing event. But nevertheless, something that does bear some watching as we continue into the evening hours tonight. Right now, I do want to zoom out here and remind you that severe thunderstorm watch does continue until 11 o'clock this evening for the counties shaded in yellow. You can see the westernmost counties of this watch have been canceled, as there are still some showers and thunderstorms developing down in south central Nebraska, but those are not expected to reach severe limits. We do have a severe thunderstorm watch in effect for north central and northwest Nebraska until midnight, or actually this may be till 1 a.m. Oh, nope, this one's till midnight. This is for a powerful supercell that's making its way across central Nebraska that is capable of producing a tornado. It looks like the only tornado report, though, we received today was in the Hubble area. We did tell you about that earlier when there was a circulation that appeared to have touched the ground near Hubble, but no reports of damage, fortunately, from that tornado touchdown. These storms continue to move to the east. However, we don't expect them to maintain their severity once they reach eastern Nebraska. Right now, this is the focus of our attention. We are still monitoring the possibility of some additional development in the metro area, but we will have to see if any of that is capable of reaching severe limits at this point. But again, primarily the severe thunderstorm watch, and we have seen several counties eliminated from this watch, continues for at least a couple more hours here until 11 o'clock, and then the Weather Service will be reevaluating where they need to focus their attention next. Let's go back now to live First Alert radar, and we just have the one warning now here in eastern Nebraska. You can see down in northern Kansas where this has really begun to transition into a wind threat. And the concern is that is what is going to be happening here in southeastern Nebraska. So let's get back to our one severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Gage, Johnson, Lancaster, and Odo counties until 9:45 this evening. If we go ahead and go back to the velocity scans, we see a lot of strong wind gusts embedded in these storms. We see a lot of reds and greens coming together, indicating some possible areas of rotation. But right now, the primary threat is large hail and some strong damaging wind gusts. As this rotation appears to be transitioning to the leading edge of the storm, this would certainly be a signal that it's possible that these storms are beginning to transition into more of a wind-producing event, more of a straight-line wind event. And there are some indicators that that is what's going on here, as we're seeing indications of the leading edge here trying to begin to bow out a little bit, as we call it. And that would certainly be indicative of a transition to a stronger wind event. A little bit further to our west, the National Weather Service over in Hastings just alerting us that some of the short-range models are beginning to indicate the potential of additional hail-producing thunderstorm development after 10 o'clock to the west of the current severe thunderstorm watch. So this would be over closer to the York area and points west. That's something we will continue to keep an eye on. But that is also the area where portions of the severe thunderstorm watch in effect until 11 have been canceled. Now, we don't have any indication that they're talking about issuing a new watch after that. That is something that could happen. We don't have any updates from the Storm Prediction Center, but I imagine the closer we get to the expiration time of that watch, that will certainly happen. I know a lot of you have been asking questions here on the stream. Over on YouTube, one of our viewers asked, since the storms have moved through, does this mean severe weather will be more south? The short-term answer to that is yes. We could still see some strong to severe thunderstorms in the metro area over the next couple of hours. There is additional development that continues. But right now, those storms, as we come back up here, you see still some thunderstorm activity as far north as north of Elkhorn. None of those storms reaching severe limits right now. It's possible that they will not, but one thing we also got to be on the lookout is a lot of these areas are very heavily saturated, and there is a concern of some localized flooding in some of these areas. In fact, let's switch over here. We do have a couple of flood advisories that have been issued. The first one, let's go ahead and come up here to the metro area because this is a little more detailed in the area. This is covering areas south of Highway 6, including Millard, Ralston, and Gretna. And this is a flood advisory that will remain in effect until 11:45. Minor flooding in low-lying areas is underway and could continue, especially in poor drainage areas. Minor flooding has been reported. Between 2 and 3 inches of rain has already fallen, and more could still fall, another inch before the night is over, and that could further aggravate the flooding issues. So a flood advisory in effect until 11:45 for the area you see circled here from Gretna, Millard, and Ralston, all south of Highway 6. We have another flood advisory that has been issued to our south. This is got to get that information on the screen for you. This flood advisory is in effect until 11:30 for portions of Odo County. This is for minor flooding in low-lying areas. Doppler radar indicated rain of up to 1 to 3 inches has already fallen, and more than an inch of rain could still fall before the night is over. So just another thing to watch out for if you're traveling around and out and about tonight, that there could be some flooded roadways in portions of the Omaha Metro as well as in Odo County from these very slow-moving, heavy rain-producing thunderstorms that we've been dealing with tonight. Now let's go back to live first alert radar. You can see some of that heavy rain and where it is right now. Still eyeing a bit of a hail core here, capable of producing hail upwards of 1 inch to 1 1/4 inch in diameter. And then we're also watching any indication of what these winds are doing here, because as we throw the loop on, you can see some areas of tighter rotation that have grown stronger but also grown broader. And this could be a sign of that transition to more of a wind event. And I'll show you what I mean here. The green colors are winds that are traveling towards the radar. The radar is up here, and there you see the sweep coming through in the Omaha metro area. And then we have these winds here that are traveling away from the radar, not really taking up the shape of a strong or tight rotation, but also showing indication of inflow winds still fueling this thunderstorm, but also strong outflow winds that are beginning to push this storm further to the south and east, and also that would be indicative of a storm that is going to become more of a straight line wind threat. We don't really see what we'd call like a smooth bowing section here, but it may just be in the early stages of that. In fact, if we rock the radar back here, you can kind of see that as this storm has just begun to re-intensify back towards the Douglas area, that is the area we're going to be watching for any changes in the behavior of this supercell over the Douglas area. I am going to go back now, if you bear with me, and we are going to see if we can't pull up some of those DOT cameras in the area that we were in earlier. We were showing you a camera from the Syracuse area earlier this evening. We're going to try and get back to that here. And any others that may be in areas of that would help us get a better idea of what is going on inside this severe thunderstorm. So we do not have one in the Douglas area. We do have the cameras in the Syracuse area and points to the west. We'll see if any of these are giving us a good indication as to what's going on inside the storm. I think that one's going to be a little too far west. So we're going to go back to Syracuse here. And hopefully we can get this camera pulled back up. We'll get a little more zoomed in here on the area we're looking at. This is going to be the intersections of highways 50 and Highway 2, if our camera will cooperate. But and it looks like the camera may be up, but unfortunately it's not. I don't believe it's pointed at anything, and so it is pitch black right now. Well, maybe it's going to try and reload here. Maybe it is. There we go, and let's get this up because we got quite an image here to show you from Syracuse. And there you go. A lot of lightning, a little bit of wind. You can see the curtains of rain blowing in the wind there as the cars are driving by. Again, this is the interchange of highways 2 and 50 in the Syracuse area. This camera is looking east away from the storm. So we may see conditions continue to deteriorate as the leading edge of that storm is just passing over this area right now. And it appears that the winds are moving from west to east. That would be outflow winds. And so that, again, could be a sign that we are transitioning from rotating storms and hail-producing storms, still capable of producing hail, but we may be transitioning to more of a strong, damaging wind threat like we've seen from the storms that were in southern Nebraska earlier this evening and have begun to dive southeastward into Kansas, producing some very strong wind gusts there. So there you can see the vivid lightning right now over the Syracuse area where this severe thunderstorm warning does continue until 9:45. This also includes portions of Gage, Johnson, and Lancaster counties, as well as Odo. And we'll go ahead and keep an eye on this camera. Hope that as it freezes up there, hopefully we will get that camera back here. Obviously, when strong storms are passing over these cameras, we often lose the signal, and that appears to be the case right now. Let's go ahead and put that up with the radar here. I want to leave that up on the screen, even though it may be cutting in and out, because it gives us an idea of what is going on. Now, this is on the northern edge of the severe thunderstorm warning. We don't have any cameras to the south. But these latest scans, you know, we were talking about that transition to strong winds. Let's go back and show you the velocity scan. A little bit of a tighter rotation south of Syracuse, but again, this is a lot of outflow winds steering away from the radar and blowing outward from the storm rather than inward, fueling the storm. So right there, and that is, if we switch back to, actually real quickly, I want to see if I can get, we're getting some indication of some very strong winds. Looks like some 60 to 70, even 80 mile per hour wind gusts aloft. That doesn't mean that is the intensity of the wind at the surface, but some very, very strong winds being reported by radar. And again, these are all outflow winds. And if we switch back over to precip mode, this is the clearest sign yet that this is transitioning into a straight line wind event. Right here, where those strong outflow winds are, we're getting a much smoother bulge out on the leading edge of this storm, and that is a clear sign of straight line winds, and that is why you're seeing this warning now take the shape of a storm moving much more to the south-southeast than to the northeast or east. And again, that is a sign that this is quickly transitioning to a straight line wind event. So the Tecumseh area, you are certainly next in line for this, and so we're going to keep an eye on this. I'm going to take the camera off for just a second because I want to see if we do have any other cameras that we may be able to access as the storm approaches another area. I don't recall if we have a camera in the Tecumseh area. But we are certainly going to take a look for that. And we do not have any cameras in the Tecumseh area, nor the Cook area. Very, very camera poor area of Johnson, Gage, and Pawnee County, unfortunately. So this is the Syracuse camera is going to be the best camera we have for a while, even though it is on the northern edge of this severe thunderstorm. So let's go ahead and put that back up on the screen here for you. And we'll keep an eye on this. Again, this is on the northern edge of this severe thunderstorm warned storm. I think the stronger winds are going to be well south of this camera. Unfortunately, we just don't have any cameras in that area. But right in the Cook area, the Tecumseh area, and then eventually further to the south and east along highways 105, 136. A very, very powerful storm capable of producing winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour is bearing down on that area. And so we'll see if these storms begin to accelerate as they become more of a straight line wind danger in southeastern Nebraska. I'm going to leave the camera up, but let's zoom out and take a wider view at what's going on right now. And I do need to adjust this. There we go. You can see those storms in northern Kansas very quickly moving to the south and east now as they are becoming primarily a straight line wind event capable of producing winds upwards of 70 miles per hour there in Kansas. And we're likely going to see the same with these storms southeast of Lincoln that are beginning to come together and beginning to possibly move a little faster to the south and east. But on top of that, we still have plenty of showers and thunderstorms in the area. We're going to go ahead and zoom back in here on the greater metro area. And you can see still plenty of scattered showers and thunderstorms across the area around Elkhorn, west of Wahoo, Gretna, and so on. These are not severe at this time. No major hail cores that we can identify on radar, no major wind concerns that we can identify on radar, just a whole lot of lightning, and even that in this latest scan appears to be letting up a bit, especially when you compare it to the severe thunderstorm to the south. Look at all that lightning that you're seeing on the DOT camera there in the Syracuse area. Very vivid lightning certainly causing problems. Fortunately, we haven't seen any growth in the power outage numbers from earlier when we had a lot of lightning over the metro that knocked out power to at least 3,000 people, but most of those customers are back online, and if your power is still out, I do apologize, but hopefully they will get that repaired. Peter over on YouTube asking, what about tomorrow night? Will 4th of July be ruined? Well, we've canceled the first alert weather day for tomorrow because the way that the storms were setting up for tonight, it became a little bit more obvious that the severe weather for tomorrow was looking to be well to the south of the Omaha metro area. In fact, let me pull up the severe weather risk for tomorrow. Now, we may see this modified a little bit. We're going to get an update on this at 1 a.m., but at this time, the Storm Prediction Center has no risk for severe weather and little, if any, risk for thunderstorms in the First Alert 6 viewing area, including the Omaha Metro. So we are hopeful right now that 4th of July plans tomorrow will not fall victim to storms like they have tonight. There is still the potential, depending on how things shake out this evening, that this could change. We'll get our first major update from the Storm Prediction Center coming up at 1 o'clock in the morning. So the best advice is to just stay tuned to the latest forecast. Obviously, we will have updates beginning or later tonight on First Alert 6 at 10, and then tomorrow morning on First Alert 6 in the morning, and bring you the updated forecast as we get a better idea of how tonight's storms are going to impact tomorrow's forecast. But for now, right now, there is not considered to be a threat for severe weather tomorrow. There could be some scattered showers and thunderstorms, but we're hopeful that even that should not impact your 4th of July plans tomorrow night. But we could still see some showers and thunderstorms early tomorrow morning in the area. Right now, those are not expected to be severe. We are still monitoring the potential for some additional thunderstorm development in our area after 10 o'clock this evening. So we will have to wait and see with that, as you do see a new cluster of showers and thunderstorms in south central Nebraska developing. But right now, those are well below severe limits. Looks like we are getting an update from the Storm Prediction Center here. I want to make sure I get the right update. And while I'm loading that, I'm going to go ahead and zoom the radar in here on our area of concern here with that severe thunderstorm warning that we're monitoring approaching the Tecumseh area. Now, the camera you're looking at is on the northwest edge of this warning in the Syracuse area, but it is the only camera in the area, and obviously we're seeing a lot of lightning on that right now. Okay, so here is the latest update from the Storm Prediction Center as of about 5 minutes ago. Severe threat across the severe thunderstorm watch area continues until 11 o'clock this evening. Severe wind gusts and isolated large hail will continue to be possible over the next few hours, especially over portions of southwest Iowa and southeast Nebraska. This basically includes everywhere south of the Omaha metro area. A watch extension in the area may be needed to the south and east of the current watches. Now, most of our area is already under a severe thunderstorm watch until 11 o'clock. It's possible they could extend that in time. They may also include northwest Missouri in that severe thunderstorm watch as southwest Iowa. And let me just double check my math here. Southwest Iowa is also already under that severe thunderstorm watch. All right, we're going to come back out here to our thunderstorm cluster to keep an eye on that. Just continuing to read what the Storm Prediction Center has to say here in their update. Still strong areas of instability in south central and eastern Nebraska. Any other thunderstorms that develop could also produce severe weather. However, that severe weather this evening is expected to be isolated at best. Again, we could see some additional development over the next 2 to 3 hours as our severe thunderstorm watch expires. But right now, not a lot of confidence in necessarily extending the severe thunderstorm watch for any areas north and west of where you see thunderstorms right now. And that is simply because things have likely stabilized a little bit with an evening of all of these storms moving through. Taking a look at some of the forecast models, the short-range models, we could see additional thunderstorms again develop around 11 o'clock or midnight in the Omaha and Lincoln areas. Right now, no indication of any major severe weather from that, just some showers and thunderstorms, maybe some small hail. And then all of the storms out to our west that is producing a lot of severe weather, that is all expected to weaken and move south of the Omaha metro area and fall apart before it reaches southeastern Nebraska in the early morning hours. Taking a look at Saturday, there are some indications of some isolated showers and thunderstorms that could develop in eastern Nebraska in the mid to late afternoon hours. It does not appear as though it would be a washout or anything that could have major implications on evening 4th of July plans, but there is the potential still for some isolated showers and thunderstorms. So again, as always, even though things are looking better for tomorrow, it's a good idea to have a backup plan if things were to take a turn. Beyond that, still some showers and thunderstorms possible early on your Sunday morning. And then hopefully we're going to get a little bit of a break. To be honest, I have not looked that far ahead as we've been focused on what's been happening here this evening. But as some of the new model runs are coming in that just seem a little bit reliable in their forecasting right now, again, could still see some scattered showers and thunderstorms across eastern Nebraska here tonight. But nothing that suggests any significant threat of severe weather. Probably just some lightning, thunder, rain, and maybe some small hail as well. But just looking at some of those new model runs coming in, still pretty optimistic that we will have a largely dry 4th of July evening for your plans tomorrow night. I know the Symphony here in Omaha had to cancel their performance for tonight. They are still scheduled to perform tomorrow night for the 4th, and then tonight's performance has been moved to Sunday evening for anyone who wants to take in the performance and perhaps not fight the crowds expected for tomorrow night. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Obviously, the forecast is likely going to change here and there tomorrow as the impact of tonight's storms will have a big say in how things shake out over the next 24 to 48 hours. Peter, I saw you responding again over on YouTube. They're going to extend the watch time. That's possible, and by extending the watch time, I mean for areas south and east of the current severe thunderstorm. So not necessarily the Omaha metro area. We could still see some showers and thunderstorms continue to develop tonight, but it is increasingly unlikely for the metro area that those will produce any severe weather. Conditions are much more favorable south and east, so let's say south of Nebraska City and then the Tecumseh area and points south and east of there. Those are areas that may still be dealing with severe weather after the 11 o'clock expiration time. So they may need to extend the time of the watch while they also will likely eliminate some of the northernmost counties out of that watch. And they may need to add some counties in northwest Missouri to that severe thunderstorm watch. And really that all has to do with the fact that these storms have been moving so slow all night long, anywhere from 10 to 20 miles per hour most of the night, just not moving that fast at all. I know a lot of you keep popping in and asking about various areas. So again, just to kind of answer everyone's question, right now, we do expect scattered showers and thunderstorms across the area, including the metro area, for the next several hours. However, the risk for severe weather, especially in the metro area and the surrounding area, is dropping. And by the time we reach the midnight hour, we could still have thunderstorms, but we don't expect any significant severe weather to be a threat as we move through the overnight hours. I'm going to go ahead and pop up. I'm going to switch over here and show you some of our city cams. I'm going to keep the Syracuse camera up in the upper right, but we are also getting some good areas of lightning in, let me see if I can just switch it to those two. So the camera in the upper right is the Syracuse camera on the northwest side of this severe thunderstorm warning. And then the camera in the lower right, there you see that lightning. That is the Epley Airfield cam looking southwest towards downtown Omaha. And just seeing some of that lightning still being produced by the showers and thunderstorms in the area. But again, those are not severe. There are no warnings for the metro area or the surrounding area, and we hope to keep it that way for the rest of the night. And someone over on YouTube says that they are starting the fireworks in La Vista right now. Well, we've seen plenty of fireworks from Mother Nature tonight, so we might as well enjoy some more as well. So yeah, I mean, the lightning is certainly subsiding in the greater metro area. That's the good news. In fact, let me pop that up here for you real quick. You can see, whoops, just a little bit of lightning still in some of these storms that we're seeing on our city cam southwest of the metro area. And even actually we're getting a much reduced amount of lightning in the severe thunderstorm as well. Again, that could be another sign of the transition to maybe a little bit more forward motion. There you see not really any clear signs of any rotation concerns, but as we look at the radar, certainly getting some indications that this may begin to speed up a little bit, and we may be getting some outflow dominant areas of strong wind gusts out ahead of the thunderstorm as this approaches the Tecumseh, now approaching the Cook area, and does set to exit the severe thunderstorm warned area here as that warning does continue for about another 12 and a half minutes. But we'll have to see what the Weather Service does with this going forward. Let me just double check and see if we have any updates. Okay, so this National Weather Service, no updates in the last half hour on this warning. Just the update from the Storm Prediction Center that we received. So again, if you're in and around the metro area, there is still the threat for a severe thunderstorm or two over the next couple of hours, but we expect that threat to continue to decrease as the later we get into the evening. Could still see some showers and thunderstorms. They just keep popping up all over the place, but it is growing increasingly unlikely that that is going to produce any meaningful severe weather in our neck of the woods. Right now, the primary concern for severe weather is areas south and east of the severe thunderstorm warning you see on the radar right now. So if we zoom out here, you can see the much of the area remains under a severe thunderstorm watch, but as we get closer to 11 o'clock, we will likely see much of this be dropped as expected. And while we're talking about that, we need to back out here because we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning well to our south and west, but do want to talk about this because this is that new area of development that has raised some concern that there could be another round, especially in southern Nebraska, of some additional strong to severe thunderstorms. It doesn't look all that potent on radar right now, but that has kind of been the case with all of these storms. There you see a very compact but strong hail core, detecting hail upwards of 1.5 inches in diameter aloft in the clouds just south of Antelope and near approaching the Blue Hill and Red Cloud area. I don't believe there are any cameras in that area. We're just going to take a quick check here, so I apologize for messing with the split box, but I just want to check this. And we do have a camera near this severe thunderstorm. So I am going to pop this up here real quick. Let's see if we can't get this to load. And we'll keep an eye on this severe thunderstorm as well. Not the greatest camera since it's pointed straight down, but because there's a hail core approaching this area, we might want to keep an eye on it. But so we'll keep a quick peek on that, as we're not seeing much on the Syracuse camera anymore, with the exception of just some lightning and some intense rain. So this is another cell that has kind of cropped up over the last half hour or so. And we are seeing, once again, a very small but very potent hail core. Not sure why it did that. So we'll do it this way. Taking a closer look, not really seeing any significantly organized rotation. However, this is pretty close to the radar beam. Getting some rough indications of some strong wind gusts embedded in here. But we'll have to keep an eye on that as this storm inches closer. Let me give you an idea of where that camera in the upper right is located. That is Highway 136. So it should be right around here. So that is the camera you see in the upper right, well southeast of this, this hail core. And if we switch over to velocity, just north of this, we're seeing some strong wind gusts, but nothing of immediate concern. And really all we're seeing is just a lot of lightning. And this one is, once again, as a new thunderstorm generally is, it is quite the prolific lightning producer here in its early stages. But it is going to pass well south of this, or well north of this camera, I should say. So I think we're going to head back to our Syracuse camera right now. Unless we do have another camera in that area. I want to see if I can find its relation to the storm here. Because it's given us a pretty good look at things. Okay. This is I think this is looking at a separate storm, actually. Or perhaps not. Sorry for the tight zoom in, just trying to get an idea of exactly where this camera is. Okay. See if I can get my bearings back here. Okay, so this camera may already be on the back side of this. I believe this camera is already on the back side of the storm, so I don't think we're going to get a terribly good look at it at this point. So let's go ahead and head back to Syracuse here. And we're going to come back out. There you see the motion of these storms in relation to those in northern Kansas, as those are diving very quickly to the south, not so much with our storms southeast of Lincoln. We're going to go ahead and zoom back in on those, and then we'll get our camera realigned here. There you see we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued. This new severe thunderstorm warning, you'll see the information at the bottom of the screen shortly, is for Johnson, Nemaha, and Odo counties until 10:30 this evening. 10:30 this evening. Severe thunderstorm located along a line extending from 2 miles southeast of Dunbar to near Cook to 5 miles east of Sterling, moving east at 15 miles per hour. So 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch diameter hail are the primary threats with this storm. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to see if we can't grab a camera. Oops. I believe we have one. There we go. All right, so we'll get this camera up finally. So this, the camera we're going to be loading up in the upper right portion of your screen is Highway 75 near Julian. And let me just double check on the DOT map the location there. I believe this is going to be just south of Julian proper. Just south by a little bit. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and zoom out here a little bit. And there you see that new severe thunderstorm warning. And I will go ahead and let you know where this is at. So this camera is, whoops, I lost my, okay. So this camera is right around here. And you can see the intense lightning off in the distance as it appears this is looking to the northwest. Actually, the camera says it's looking due north, so it's kind of at an odd angle with the in relation to the storm. But unfortunately, we're unable to actually move these cameras ourselves. That is entirely up to the Department of Transportation. So we're going to go ahead and leave that in the upper right portion of the screen. We're also keeping the camera up in the lower right from Epley Airfield, looking south towards downtown. And if we go ahead and send the radar up here towards the metro, you can see we're really just looking at some distant showers and thunderstorms south of Elkhorn, again impacting the Gretna area. Nothing severe right now. No significant hail cores to speak of. No significant winds to speak of. Just some general showers and thunderstorms that at worst are going to be aggravating the street flooding that's going on in that area, as they've received several inches of rain, and as you can see are about to receive even more. But right now we'll keep an eye on the images you're seeing here along Highway 175 near Julian, on the eastern edge of our new severe thunderstorm warning as the storm approaches that area. And right now, still a bit of a hail core south of Syracuse, in between Syracuse and Cook, capable of producing some quarter-sized hail. But we're really keeping an eye on the potential for some stronger wind gusts here. Not as potent as we saw earlier, so that's some good news. But still bears keeping an eye out for, as these storms continue to move off to the southeast at just 15 to 20 miles per hour. So very, very slow moving storms. While we got a moment here, I want to pop back over and show you some video we received from one of our viewers. This is a time lapse of the storm clouds over Wahoo earlier today. And it's just some very interesting videos. You see the dark clouds, and then as the storm gets closer, in the distance, you'll see kind of those roll clouds or those shelf clouds you see passing over that usually brings some gusty winds. And there you see those roll clouds coming over Wahoo. And just a gorgeous image of the storm as it rolled into the Wahoo area earlier this evening. So I want to thank Ryan Jensen for sending that in to us. Really appreciate you sharing that video with us. And we'll get things back over here to live First Alert Radar. Again, in the upper right, you're looking at a Highway 75 camera near Julian on the eastern edge of this severe thunderstorm warning. And in the lower right, we are just keeping an eye out on some thunderstorms southwest of the Omaha metro area. That is a live look at downtown Omaha from the Epley Airfield, where we've seen some nice displays of lightning. But again, no severe weather right now in the greater metro area, and hopefully will stay that way here as the severe thunderstorm watch right now for the Omaha metro area set to expire in about 75 minutes. There is some discussion about what the Storm Prediction Center will do with that watch, as they may extend and add some counties to it, but likely not for the Omaha metro area, likely for areas south and east of the severe thunderstorm warning you see on your screen right now. The severe threat for the Omaha metro area is decreased significantly, and we don't expect that to change anytime soon. No other updates from the National Weather Service here in Omaha, as we are getting indications that Omaha has been talking to the Storm Prediction Center about changes to the severe thunderstorm watch to cover southeastern Nebraska for a few more hours as these storms slowly make their way to the southeast. But right now, it appears that the severe thunderstorm watch for the metro area, in effect until 11 o'clock, will likely be allowed to expire. And barring any significant changes, we don't expect to see continuation of that watch for the metro area. As we back out First Alert Radar here, we are watching. There's still some ongoing development, as usual, in the Wahoo area and points east. But again, just some general showers and thunderstorms, nothing that appears to be taking the form of anything that will become severe. Now, over in south central Nebraska, we have had another severe thunderstorm crop up. Really, the main concern is this very small area of a significant hail core that has taken shape, fortunately in rural areas. This is between highways 4 and 136 northwest of or northeast of Franklin, getting some indication of hailstones approaching 2 inches in diameter aloft. And if we zoom out and put this back into motion, you'll see those storms have really, like everything else, popped up rather quickly this evening. And still some instability, still some boundaries out there capable of producing strong to severe thunderstorms. But that threat appears largely contained now well south of Interstate 80 at this time. And so any thunderstorms we see that continue to develop in and around the metro area likely won't be coming anywhere close to severe. But again, just monitoring the potential as these storms continue to fire off to the west of the metro and make their way in. But right now, no indication of any significant hail or wind with those storms. All right, back out now to our severe thunderstorm warning. We'll take a closer look at that again. The live image in the upper right portion of your screen is Highway 75 near Julian. where this storm is approaching, and then also in the lower right, just keeping an eye on some showers and thunderstorms in the southwestern portion of the metro. You're looking at downtown Omaha from Epley Airfield right now, as continue to see a pretty vivid display of lightning with some of those thunderstorms. But again, the thunderstorms in and around the metro area are not severe right now. I want to take a moment and thank the thousands of you who have joined us for our severe weather coverage tonight. Several thousand of you at one point or another have been joining us, as we have been now on for over 5 hours this afternoon and this evening, as we're getting close to the 10 o'clock hour. If you like this coverage, if you like what we do, the best way to support us and to keep us going is to subscribe to our YouTube channel at WOWT6. And make sure that you hit that bell icon, and you'll get notifications when we go live. We do a lot of live coverage here on YouTube, Facebook, our 24/7 news and weather channels, as well as on your Roku devices. We're on all of them right now, and we do live coverage not only for severe weather, but also for live forecast updates, breaking news, other live coverage, all kinds of live coverage, several times a day, every day. And just another way that we're trying to connect with the viewer, when you're not near a TV and want to know what's going on when there's something serious happening. So the best way, again, you can support us is like these videos, like these live streams. When you are watching them, make sure you hit that thumbs up, and then subscribe to First Alert 6 on YouTube, and follow us on our Facebook page. And again, hit that bell icon so you get notified when we go live for events like this. In the upper portion of your screen, we're scrolling statewide storm reports from the last 3 hours, and in the upper left portion of your screen, all severe weather reports from the last 24 hours in Nebraska and Iowa. Of course, today, almost all of those reports coming from the Nebraska side, as we've had rounds of severe weather here in eastern Nebraska, south central Nebraska, northwestern Nebraska, just all kinds of severe weather, as we're just kind of stuck on this northwestern edge of this just persistent heat dome over much of the United States, and just leaving us in what we like to call the ring of fire area, on the edge of that high pressure dome, where these storms generally after sunset really tend to ramp up and sometimes produce severe weather. And that is what we're seeing tonight. We've seen a tornado touchdown in the Hubble area in Thayer County. We have, as you can see, multiple large hail reports all across the state, and now receiving some wind reports from some of the storms in south central, southeastern Nebraska, as we continue to watch these slow moving storms that have really been moving 15 to 20 miles per hour all afternoon and evening, and not really accelerated at all. And that is what is leaving the Storm Prediction Center to consider a bit of an extension of a new severe thunderstorm watch for southeastern Nebraska, as these storms are just not moving out of here quickly at all. Still seeing some very impressive cloud to crown lightning strikes on the southwest side of the metro area. Some new showers and thunderstorms push into the area, but again, these are not severe. And then in the upper right portion of your screen, we're keeping an eye on the Highway 75 corridor near Julian, as this severe thunderstorm slowly but surely makes it to that area, and should arrive within the next 30 minutes or so. So right now, this is the only severe thunderstorm warning in effect in our area for Johnson, Nemaha, and Odo counties. Again, this will continue until 10:30 this evening. In just a couple of minutes here, we're going to be dropping off of our 24/7 news live stream because we're going to be coming into our 10 o'clock newscast. So if you want to watch our newscast online or on our app, we'll be bringing that to you on our 24/7 news streaming channel. We're going to continue our extended severe weather coverage here on our 24/7 streaming weather channel, and we'll also continue our weather coverage on YouTube, Facebook, Roku, as well as TikTok and other platforms that we're on. But we're going to go ahead and drop the stream here in just a couple of minutes on our news channel. So if you want to watch our newscast, you can do so there. And if you want to stay on our weather channel, we will send it over to Chief Meteorologist Matt Surwey at the top of the hour when he has an update for our television viewers. We will try to join him with that for his update on everything happening tonight. But again, this is the only warning in our area for Johnson, Nemaha, and Otoe counties. And as we zoom out, we also have a new severe thunderstorm warning that continues for far south central Nebraska. A very small warning for this isolated storm that at least a short time ago was packing a heck of a hail core, but it looks like that hail core has weakened somewhat. Still, though, potential of producing 1-inch diameter hail, but hopefully just another pulse thunderstorm that will kind of do its thing and then weaken. And let's go ahead and slap an animation on this. There you see it took just about a half hour for that storm to fire up. And then now it just seems to be stabilizing a little bit, as it, like everything else, has been a very, very slow-moving storm tonight. But again, it doesn't appear to be a major concern right now. As we take a look at the bigger picture, let's go really wide here so you can see what's going on. There you see the severe thunderstorm watch that continues for northern and western Nebraska until midnight tonight. We have flash flooding occurring in northeastern Colorado. Significant wind event taking place in northeastern Kansas right now, bearing down on the Manhattan area. And then we have our cluster of thunderstorms that have just been kind of lingering over the area all evening long from Omaha and points south. In fact, let's go ahead and switch back to live first alert radar and give you a better look at this entire complex. From north to south. Again, showers and thunderstorms west of the metro area right now, not expected to become severe. Throw this in motion, you can see other scattered showers trying to fire off again west of Lincoln along the I-80 corridor. Could be a potential of some strong thunderstorms out of that, but again, ultimately they're going to be moving to the east-southeast and should not affect the metro area this evening. We could still see additional development tonight, but right now for the metro area, we don't believe we'll see any additional severe weather, just some general showers and thunderstorms. And the severe threat for now largely confined to southeastern Nebraska, where the severe thunderstorm warning continues until 10:30 for Johnson, Nemaha, and Otoe counties. Thomas over on Facebook asking how fast the storms are moving. They are not moving fast at all. And now we have a new concern because of those slow-moving storms. There it is, a flash flood warning now in effect. You'll see that at the bottom of your screen here shortly for Otoe County for several areas where the heavy rain just has been falling for hours and hours and hours. Flash flood warning now in effect until 1 o'clock this morning. Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across this area between 3 and 5 inches have fallen, and another 1 to 2 inches are expected. There you see the warning now scrolling at the bottom of your screen. Apologize for the minutes instead of hours, but that is a 3 hour and 1 minute clock. So flash flood warning in effect for Otoe County until 1 o'clock this morning. This does include areas including Syracuse, Palmyra, Douglas, Otoe, Burr, and others. And if there isn't flash flooding occurring in this area, they expect it to begin shortly. Again, as always, if you see water going over a roadway, turn around, don't drown. It does not take a lot of water to trigger a flooding event capable of sweeping away a vehicle. So please do not challenge that water going over a roadway if you come across it tonight in Otoe County. So flash flood warning for Otoe County until 3 o'clock, or excuse me, till 1 o'clock this morning. And there you see, it appears our severe thunderstorm warning has been allowed to expire. Yes, our severe thunderstorm warning has now been canceled 30 minutes early. So it appears that the winds have subsided. And for more now, I believe we are going to be sending it over to Chief Meteorologist Matt Serwe here in just a moment, as we are beginning coverage on First Alert 6 at 10 o'clock. And so let's take you to Chief Meteorologist Matt Serwe right now.
He picked up a lot of rain this evening, and that's basically from south side of Elkhorn through Millard and definitely into the Gretna area. Lots of light rain elsewhere. As I zoom out, I put the lightning on here as well. Again, Ralston still planning on having their fireworks. Last I heard, it's not safe to do that with this storm slowly drifting off to the east with a lot of lightning. Still some heavy rainfall possible across parts of western Sarpy County. That's where a flood advisory is in effect. 2 to 4 inches of water have already fallen in those places and could get water-covered roads, especially in low areas. Down to the south, the severe thunderstorm warning has been dropped, so we can move away from that. But we have a very newly issued flash flood warning for parts of central Odo County. And these are cities I said a lot just about a couple hours ago if you were watching my coverage during the storms. Douglas, Palmyra, Syracuse, those cities have seen 3 to 5 inches of rain already and still have a thunderstorm sitting over them. So a flash flood warning there in central Odo County. As I zoom out, you can see everything is very slowly moving, but we're starting to see more storms develop across I-80 off to our west. That could keep scattered thunderstorms kind of on and off overnight. That shaded area is a severe thunderstorm watch that goes until 11. So it could be pretty noisy over the next few hours with a lot of heavy rain. But coming up, I'll take you through the 4th of July and show you where we still could see just a couple of storms tomorrow evening. Jacqueline?
All right, Matt, thanks for taking an eye on that for us.
Okay, back with you here at the Alert Center as you just heard the update from Chief Meteorologist Matt Serwe. Again, all warnings, all severe thunderstorm warnings in the First Alert 6 area have been canceled. The only warning in our area now is the flash flood warning in effect for Odo County until 1 o'clock this morning. I want to go back now to our coverage on television as our Zena Tar is reporting on some of the impacts of the storms here in the metro area.
Right now, there's roots out. It fell over during this storm. I'm going to give you a little bit of a better look at it, but I was talking to the people who own this house, and they were telling me that they were sitting inside when they kind of heard a lot of wind and saw these shutters kind of shaking, and they ended up taking a look outside because they felt the house shaking, and they saw this giant tree that had fallen over. Luckily, it hasn't damaged this house. And another tree caught it, so it hasn't fallen over all the way. But you can kind of see just how big it is. And just a second ago, we did see a raccoon kind of wandering around the top there, already taking advantage of how slanted over it is. But they don't know just how much damage this has caused, but you can kind of see under it, it's tossed over some pots and shattered everything. But when I spoke to the owner of this house, she declined to go on camera, but she told me that she was inside, and when she heard that wind kick up, she was afraid that something worse than just a tree falling was happening, and she told me that she was just praying to God that everything would turn out fine, and she credits God for the house being okay. But for now, I will send it back to you. We'll give you updates if we find out more about what kind of damage has been done around here.
Zena Tar reporting for us. Zena, thank you. Yeah, a lot of rain falling across the area, causing a lot of issues. And one other thing to pass along to you, as we mentioned, the Riverfront concert, community concert for tonight was postponed. They do still plan to hold the event tomorrow night as scheduled, and tonight's version will pick up on Sunday night. Also, the Storm Chasers game tonight was postponed at the start of the 4th inning, top of the 4th inning. So their next game will be 7 innings, and they will pick up today's game. So essentially kind of not a doubleheader, but a 1.5 header for tomorrow to get those games in the books for the Omaha Storm Chasers. Again, there was a lot of damage reported in a very isolated area of Omaha from what appeared to be a downdraft or a microburst produced by a collapsing thunderstorm. The good news is that no widespread damage, but certainly something that has caused some problems. Now, we mentioned that severe thunderstorm warning for the Julian area, there you see Julian between Auburn and Nebraska City, has been canceled, but still a lot of heavy wind and rain and lightning in that area. So we want to take you back out now live to the Nebraska Department of Transportation camera. Again, this is the actually, no, that is not the Highway 2 and 50 interchange. That's the Highway 75 area just south of Julian. And you can see the heavy rain now falling there as some strong winds, gusty winds, and heavy rain and lightning are falling. But again, this storm has weakened considerably, and right now that severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled. Still seeing plenty of lightning here in the metro area. Some showers and thunderstorms on the southwest side of the metro continue, but those are not severe. And again, all thunderstorms now across the First Alert 6 viewing area are below the severe limit. The main concern now is the flash flood warning for Odo County until 1 o'clock in the morning. And then we still have this severe thunderstorm warning well out to our west that should not impact our area. This is for a very localized threat of large hail. No other real threats from this storm that we've been able to see. And that storm is already moving to the east-southeast and should avoid the First Alert 6 viewing area this evening. Nevertheless, we could still see some additional showers and thunderstorms develop between Omaha and Lincoln tonight, as still a lot of instability out there. However, we do not expect those storms to reach severe limits, just your general thunderstorms on a summery evening like tonight. But again, just continuing to monitor these storms. We are still waiting for word. A severe thunderstorm watch is scheduled to expire at 11 o'clock. Just checking to see if we have an update for the National Weather Service. No updates yet on what they're going to do with the watch. Now as the conditions begin to weaken, it's possible they may not have to extend this watch for anybody, but they'll obviously be continuing to watch the trends. So we will get that answer at 11 o'clock. We will keep the stream going at least until 11 o'clock as the severe thunderstorm watch remains in effect and in case any of these storms do flare up. But the last update was the flash flood warning for Odo County until 1 o'clock this morning, where 3 to 5 inches of rain have already fallen, and they could see another 1 to 2. And again, the severe thunderstorm warning in southeast Nebraska was canceled early. The National Weather Service said that it is lacking any strong wind signature or measured gusts and likely contains just heavy rain instead of hail. And you are seeing that heavy rain falling in the Julian area right now in that image on the upper right portion of your screen. So that is the latest as we have it right now. We're going to take a quick break, and we should be getting an update here from the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center soon. In the meantime, we're going to go ahead and leave the radar here up on the screen. So for those of you in southeast Nebraska, you can keep an eye on the track of these storms. And if any new information comes in, we will be back here with you with that update. But for now, we're going to take a quick break to get our bearings, and we will be back with an update when need be.
Down to the south, anywhere from about Thurman through Nebraska City, Tecumseh, very, very heavy rainfall. No severe weather, possibly some small hail and gusty winds, but I think we're transitioning toward more of a heavy rainfall and potential flash flooding issue as we go through the night. Look at the bullseyes out there. The biggest one right over Syracuse, Douglas, Palmyra, in western Odo County. That's where there's a flash flood warning. Anywhere between 3 and 5 inches of rain, and it's still coming down right now. Those orange bullseyes you see around Gretna over toward the Ashland area, 2 to 4 inches of rain. And it's still coming down. So high water is possible in some areas as we go through tonight, especially south and southwest of Omaha proper. I'm keeping an eye on this little broken line kind of developing along I-80. That might keep pushing heavy rain and a couple rumbles of thunder toward the Omaha metro sporadically overnight. Additional rain potential, the dark green and those yellow dots that you see, 1 to 3 inches of rain locally, with more storms kind of redeveloping overnight. You can see those storms dive to our south. We'll have more scattered thunderstorms redeveloping after midnight. So we'll probably have on and off rounds of rain, rumbles of thunder overnight. An isolated thunder shower is possible tomorrow morning. I think a lot of us are going to be dry through the bulk of 4th of July. Parades in the morning going to be okay. Barbecues in the afternoon clearing out in Omaha, but there still could be an isolated shower or thunderstorm down to the south. And that's where we could also see a brief thunderstorm during the evening tomorrow for fireworks. But as you can see, most of the area dry. That's why we dropped the first Alert 6 weather day for tomorrow. The chances of rain are trending lower and farther to the south. Lots of sunshine as we go into Sunday as well. So again, there are the isolated chances for rain in the morning, isolated thunder shower in the afternoon. We start off in the upper 60s for the 4th of July, get into the upper 80s, and then for the rest of the area on Saturday, upper 80s to around 90 degrees. Pretty humid over the 4th of July holiday weekend, with those dew points staying right around 70 degrees. Your 10-day forecast, 86 on Sunday, gets a little bit cooler, 88 on Monday, temperatures in the low 90s. Temperatures in the low 90s are back as we head through next week. Same with more isolated thunderstorm chances as we go through Wednesday and Thursday. Make sure you download the First Alert 6 weather app. That'll keep you safe all the way through the holiday weekend. Jacqueline, yes, hopefully we're trending away from severe weather as we go through the next possibly couple of hours, but there's still going to be a lot of very heavy rainfall tonight.
Yeah, good thing you're here and keeping track of all of it for us. Thanks, Matt. Well, let's start.
Live from WOWT, this is a First Alert 6 weather day.
And good evening, everyone. Nick Weig here with you again as we are hopefully wrapping up our coverage here soon of a First Alert weather day here in Nebraska, Iowa, and including the metro area. Our severe thunderstorm watch that has been in effect all evening long is set to expire in just about 2 minutes. Right now, we just have one warning in effect, and that is the flash flood warning that remains in effect for Odo County until 1 o'clock this morning after several inches of rain fell over a large portion of that county, upwards of 5 or more inches estimated by radar that could be producing some localized flash flooding in that area. We did have a severe thunderstorm warning in Fremont County in southwest Iowa for a hail core there, but that was canceled early as that storm, like all of the others, has fallen below severe limits. Right now, no significant hail cores are being detected anywhere in Iowa, Missouri, or Nebraska, southeastern Nebraska at this time. And wind speeds in the storm, some gusty winds on the leading edge, but that is about it. And no reports of any severe weather in the last hour or so here in eastern Nebraska. As we widen out First Alert radar, you can see still more showers and thunderstorms developing along the I-80 corridor around Lincoln and points west towards York, but those have remained below severe limits. I do not believe we've seen any redevelopment in the metro area as those storms now that have redeveloped are redeveloping well to the south of the metro area this evening. Also, we are not really seeing any additional development of severe thunderstorms. We did have one severe thunderstorm in south central Nebraska. That has also weakened in the last 30 minutes or so, and no additional development has taken place there. So in 15 seconds, our severe thunderstorm watch will be expired. We have received no indication from the Storm Prediction Center that they are going to extend or expand that watch, as was being discussed earlier, as these storms were slowly moving off to the southeast and were continuing to produce strong winds, rotation, and large hail. That has all subsided just about on cue for the watch to expire at 11 o'clock, and that watch has now expired. Just going to see if we have an update from the Storm Prediction Center here, and yes, they have allowed that severe thunderstorm watch to expire. The only watch in effect is in Kansas now until 1 o'clock, and then north central and northwestern Nebraska for about another hour. And I believe there was an update on that, that the severe weather threat does continue. They may extend that watch as well if conditions do continue. But even if they do, those storms are expected to weaken considerably, if not altogether, before they reach eastern Nebraska overnight, if at all. So the severe threat has subsided for now. We now turn our attention to tomorrow, where we... there you see that severe thunderstorm watch no longer in effect. The severe thunderstorm watch out to our west until midnight, but right now no warnings are in effect, so that may not be extended either. Severe thunderstorm watch continues until 1 o'clock in Kansas. However, that may be allowed to be canceled early as the storms have weakened, and there are no warnings. So no warnings in effect, severe weather warnings in effect with any of these thunderstorm complexes. That is the good news at this hour. One thing I do want to pass along is the threat for tomorrow. We will get an update on the severe weather threat for tomorrow coming up at 1 a.m. from the Storm Prediction Center. But as you can see, as of right now, they do not expect any severe weather here in the First Alert 6 viewing area, and we may not see any thunderstorms. We could see an isolated thunderstorm during the day tomorrow, but right now it appears all things are go for Saturday night plans, and that's why our First Alert weather day for tomorrow has been canceled. We've called it off, and barring a change in the forecast here over the next 12 hours, things are looking good for your 4th of July evening outdoor festivities. Of course, it will be warm, it will be muggy, but at least the thunderstorms will hopefully stay away for everybody here in the First Alert 6 viewing area. So again, here's another look at live First Alert radar. We do still have some showers and thunderstorms that are strong at times, that capable of producing some small hail in far southeastern Nebraska, northwest Missouri, southwest Iowa. Those are slowly making their way to the southeast and are no longer posing a threat for severe weather. And as we take a look at the wider view again, you can see the complex of showers and thunderstorms now moving south of the Omaha metro area, now confined to areas along and south of the I-80 corridor near Lincoln. And even those storms that have developed in the last hour are not, repeat, not producing any severe weather. If you do experience a thunderstorm later this evening, you could see some lightning, some gusty winds, maybe some small hail. But again, no widespread severe weather and no danger of severe weather is expected for the rest of the evening here in the First Alert 6 viewing area. So again, the only warning in effect right now is the flash flood warning for Odo County, which will continue until 1 a.m. For localized flash flooding after several inches of rain fell across that area. But for everyone else, outside some rumbles of thunder, it appears that our severe weather threat has ended for the night. And so we are going to go ahead and wrap up our 6 hours of coverage, 6.5 hours of coverage here after a very lengthy and slow-moving complex of showers and thunderstorms made its way across the area this evening. That's going to do it for us. Again, when the conditions warrant, we will be back here with you, but hopefully that will not be tomorrow, and hopefully we can avoid severe weather for the next several days. But again, all signs point to no more severe weather tonight in our area, and hopefully no severe weather in our area, and maybe not even any thunderstorms in our area tomorrow night impacting those 4th of July festivities. Obviously, a lot of events tonight were canceled or postponed, but again, most of those will be rescheduled at a later date. The memorial concert here in Omaha with the symphony, they will continue their performance tomorrow night, but tonight's performance was called off, and that will take place Sunday night. The Omaha Storm Chasers postponed their game in the top of the 4th inning. They'll pick it back up tomorrow and then play a 7-inning game as part of, I guess you could call it a pseudo doubleheader to make up for today's game that was cut short by this severe weather. So that's going to do it. I want to again thank everyone for joining us, the thousands of you who have popped in and out of our stream here on YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, as well as on our streaming services, on Roku. We really appreciate it. We love to provide you this extended severe weather coverage, so it's there when you need it for your area. And again, the best way you can support us is subscribe to our channel on Facebook, subscribe to our channel on YouTube, follow us on Facebook, and as always, hit those bell icons in order to get notifications when we do go live for breaking news, severe weather, live coverage, or any other special event that we're covering here at First Alert 6. So again, that'll do it. Thank you again for joining us, and that will be it for hopefully our holiday severe weather coverage, as hopefully some calmer weather will reign over the area for the next couple of days. So with that, we're going to go ahead and wrap things up from the First Alert Center here in downtown Omaha. I'm Nick White.